Chapter 1775. Fan Yuan, come over and take a look, those down marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land's spirit of Langya transmitted. What? Fan Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jioge left behind unfavorable down marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable down marks in other places, there were changes. These down marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time. They were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Fan Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment. He could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jioge was sent back to Central Continent by karma relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Fan Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Jinyi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense. It was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Chen to die. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. These down marks are changing. It should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Langya Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Land's spirit of Langya was very anxious. The dark whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining down marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Fan Yuan ignored them. Thoughts were rumbling in his mind. His thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Langya's blessed land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Langya Blessed Land has already been moved to the Pine Tail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but the Prince's Impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Langya Blessed Land. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's Impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Fan Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the Celestial Court was able to give up and expose the location of Langya Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Fan Yuan racked his brains. Steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the land spirit of Langya, and understood the severity of this matter. The Celestial Court is too terrifying. We used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these down marks, Langya Blessed Land's location will be exposed. We will not be able to defend this place. That's right, now, we can only rely on Lord Fan Yuan to think of a way. Even if the land spirit of Langya had a method to move the blessed land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Fan Yuan. I got it! Fan Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land spirit of Langya immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these down marks. Fan Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fan Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these down marks. That was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved. It could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's Impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langya Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge. It would definitely be exposed. Prince's Impatience and the other Celestial Court goo immortals would attack. Fan Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Tao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew, the battle was already over, he had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Fan Yuan had no choice but to escape. Lan's spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fan Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Fan Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Tao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human Gu immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man Gu immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials! This is immense wealth. Langya blessed Lan's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market, it is unimaginable. Lan's spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Fan Yuan, Langya blessed land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude, there is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method, we can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Fan Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience, because this was his guess, there was no proof. But Lan's spirit of Langya was already suppressed by Fan Yuan, he only followed Fan Yuan's lead. Fan Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him, he had to carry them out. All right, I will listen to you. Lan's spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Tao marks, no matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court, no one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court, they will be killed without mercy. Fan Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around, the other Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall, it was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides, it had a grand aura. Fan Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Jioga suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the dark spiral method was exposed, there was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Tao marks inside to deduce Langya blessed land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead, Feng Jioga was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle, she had a huge responsibility, she wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action, it had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost, Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now, she lost to Fan Yuan and the variant human Gu immortals. Be it Fan Yuan or the variant human Gu immortals, the proud Celestial Court Gu immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Fan Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength, ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu house, it was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Fan Yuan, her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya blessed land, even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Fan Yuan won, Longevity Heaven did not appear, Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jioga had used Fate Armor Immortal Gu, even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Fan Yuan from afar. Oh no. Fan Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Gu's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Fan Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, but Fan Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. He had Attitude Gu, but in this short period of time, how could Fan Yuan create a Wisdom Path method that used Attitude Gu as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly, the light turned sluggish. It was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal. It was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking. There was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now, this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Fan Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his wisdom path methods were not high enough. I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method. Wait, I understand. He annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Fan Yuan's location earlier. When Fan Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Fan Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Fan Yuan's Yama Emperor. Fan Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed. Her hands continued to move as she used several wisdom path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed. This reaction is the same as when I deduced Fan Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grand Master attainment level. Fan Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grand Master realm? Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Fan Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Fan Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Fan Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Fan Yuan obtained the Langya Blessed Land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human Gu immortals doing? He actually let Fan Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots! Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human Gu immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Fan Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human Gu immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human Gu immortals. After the battle, these variant human Gu immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Fan Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human Gu immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Fan Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Fan Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Langya Blessed Land was very likely to help Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Princess Impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Princess Impatience, who was far away in Northern Plains. Princess Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains Gu Immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Prince's impatience, Fan Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Prince's impatience suddenly changed the topic. Wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him. Fan Yuan is crafty and sinister. The theft path Immortal Gu method might be from Langya sect, it might also be his. I have already sent Gu Immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains and reinforce you. But for the time being, you will not have any helpers. Prince's impatience had a solemn expression. Understood. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he had to be careful against a rank 7 Gu Immortal. But he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd, he felt that it was natural. Not just Prince's impatience, Fairy Myrtle and the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost's true monarch and Shen Yi died in battle. It proved that this demon Fan Yuan was not ordinary. He could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Fan Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Fan Yuan flew in the air. He turned around and saw that Prince's impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Langya Blessed Land caused quite a commotion. Fan Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince's impatience had been hiding nearby. He immediately sensed it and chased after him. Fan Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Prince's impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak. He had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fan Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Prince's impatience had an arrogant attitude. He scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Prince's impatience was very vigilant. He looked arrogant, but he had a good attitude. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. No matter how Prince's impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Fan Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level, with reverse flow protection seal, Luo Pa seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Prince's impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit? Fighting against Prince's impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains, Loose Tail Ridge. Fan Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information. His immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Court's reinforcements might appear during the battle. By then, the situation would have to be re-evaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger. Be it righteous path or demonic path, if they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Fan Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Prince's impatience had already attacked. He was behind Fan Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled. They quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head. Its body was over 100 feet long. It was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Taigu Han Jiao roared, warning Fan Yuan and Prince's impatience not to approach its territory. Fan Yuan was looking for this Taigu Han Jiao. Back when the land spirit of Langya moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loosetail Ridge, it did not tell Fan Yuan the exact location. It was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fan Yuan, Langya blessed land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Fan Yuan's control. Taigu Han Jiao's warning was ineffective. Fan Yuan and Prince's impatience were still coming for it. It was furious. Its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice. It was pure white and flawless, Everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Fan Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Princess Impatience realized the situation was bad. It quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky. It greatly interfered with Princess Impatience's investigative killer move. Fan Yuan had reverse flow protection seal. It could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Princess Impatience was covered in flames. There was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Princess Impatience did not feel smug. It was angry and anxious instead. Because it had lost track of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan has familiar face. He has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Princess Impatience knew some important information. It was also very experienced. It immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Fan Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Fan Yuan's true body now. Especially when Taigu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast! Princess Impatience cursed in anger. Taigu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Fan Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Fan Yuan had been killed by it. The only thing left was the burning Princess Impatience. Compared to Fan Yuan's rank 7 aura, Princess Impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing. It was on the same level as Taigu Hanjiao. In Taigu Hanjiao's eyes, Fan Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Princess Impatience. Boom, boom, boom. Princess Impatience had no choice but to fight Taigu Hanjiao. At the same time, he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Fan Yuan, you can't escape! Princess Impatience immediately abandoned Taigu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Fan Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon, he saw large numbers of Hanjiao. There were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Fan Yuan curiously. They felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Princess Impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Princess Impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Princess Impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He directly mixed in. Fan Yuan, come out if you have the guts! Princess Impatience lost track of Fan Yuan again. It roared in anger in the cold pool. The terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Taigu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow. Its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it. Their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Chapter 1777. Princess Impatience was not willing to tangle with Taigu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Fan Yuan. Princess Impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Taigu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Princess Impatience. There are actually 2 Taigu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool? Princess Impatience and Fan Yuan were extremely shocked. Princess Impatience was furious but helpless. He was temporarily trapped. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Princess Impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Fan Yuan entered the secret passage and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast. There were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale. No wonder there are 2 Taigu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are 3 of them. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Taigu Hanjiao here. This Taigu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled. Finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Taigu Hanjiao. 3 Taigu Hanjiao, TSK TSK. Fan Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Taigu Han Jiao's intelligence could not compare to humans, it could not kill Prince's impatience, it might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step. His battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the prince's impatience got rid of the 3 Taigu Han Jiao, I would have already escaped. Fan Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Han Jiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Han Jiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Taigu Han Jiao was protecting the egg, so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Fan Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color, and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material, moon frost stone. It's such a big piece, it's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Fan Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point, he finally understood why there were 3 Taigu Han Jiao in this Han Jiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the moon frost stone and the thousands of Han Jiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience and this Han Jiao tribe, thus I was chased by them. It was a blessing in disguise. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Jioge. Without Feng Jioge's luck restraining him, Fan Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Fan Yuan, but instead helped Fan Yuan. Without him pestering the 3 Taigu Han Jiao, Fan Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Fan Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the 3 Taigu Han Jiao. Suddenly, the 3 primeval Frost WYRMS received a message from the other Frost WYRMS, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful prince's impatience was almost stunned, they kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these 3 beasts for so long, Fan Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it, Fan Yuan simply did not want to fight him, he was too slippery. Moreover, Fan Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loosetail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Fan Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, Immortal Gu and so on, they were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment, they could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Fan Yuan is crafty, your appearance is too coincidental, he might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent, he was very unwilling, but Fairy Myrtle was right, he could not underestimate Fan Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Fan Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat! Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the 3 Taigu Han Jiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on? Are these 3 stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky, he met with these 3 beasts. They were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Feng Xian. They acknowledged the 3 Taigu Han Jiao, they had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human Gu immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loosetail Ridge? Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Princess Impatience's heart sank. He quickly retreated. Ah! He was caught off guard. Taigu Han Jiao's frost breath hit him. His body was covered in frost as he shivered. Bam! With a muffled sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Taigu Han Jiao. He staggered forward. He was in a sorry state. The three Taigu Han Jiao chased after Princess Impatience, but Princess Impatience had a dark expression. He did not dare to retaliate. He took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loosetail Ridge. 3 days later, the refinement path formation rumbled. The final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded! Lan's spirit of Langia sighed. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. He was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions. Fan Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Fan Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Fan Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Langia blessed land come to an end. Undeniably, Fan Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle. His gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control. He did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-Autumn Cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Fan Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a support-type Gu. How much it could change after rebirth depended on the Gu Immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process there were some accidents. For example, Feng Zhouge used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefield. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the Dark Spiral and directly deduced Langia Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Fan Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Fan Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Langia Blessed Land, as well as the Princess Impatience's cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Fan Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Fan Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court, and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Langia could not win against them. It asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Fan Yuan to escape. After Fan Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Langia, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement, and purposely make the land spirit of Langia send help to Longevity Heaven. Then, using Langia Blessed Land as the battlefield, he would let the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court fight to the death, and finally, Fan Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Fan Yuan thought about it, and rejected this plan. It was too risky. Even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge. Fan Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, Spring-Autumn Cicada was still recovering. It could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents. Be it Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court, these rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Fan Yuan's strength was not enough. He could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Fan Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist Celestial Court. This way, there would be fewer variables and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Fan Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Langia sect belonged to Fan Yuan. Right now, The 3 hairy man continents were placed in mini Eastern Sea by Fan Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Fan Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of mini Eastern Sea, near mini Central Continent. Langya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to mini White Heaven by Fan Yuan. Langya Sek's damaged immortal goo house refinement cauldron was taken away by Fan Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on cloud cover continent. Luck path self luck true inheritance, thieving heaven and steel life true inheritance, long hair refinement path true inheritance. Fan Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human goo immortals are thinking. Land Spirit of Langya controlled the long hair refinement path formation to calm down as he said. Chapter 1778. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven, Cloud Cover Continent. What, you haven't decided yet? Fan Yuan's rank 6-time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human goo immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human goo immortals, there were Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman goo immortal Shi Zong and Shi Qing, as well as Inkman goo immortal Mo Qi. Because of Fan Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human goo immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fan Yuan got rid of Princess Impatience's pestering, he asked these 4 goo immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Langya's sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now 3 days had passed. Fan Yuan's time path clone and Land Spirit of Langya came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak, they had difficult expressions. Fan Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly. We are all allies, we are family. Even though I am a rank 8 goo immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change." Fan Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8. He smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human goo immortals heard this, and their expressions turned even uglier. Fan Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen, the variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 goo immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human goo immortals. Fan Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human goo immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human goo immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Fan Yuan smiled. "I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Jioga has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you." The 4 variant human goo immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fan Yuan was right. However, once they joined the Langya sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fan Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Langya sect. The 4 variant human goo immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Langya sect was annexed by Fan Yuan. Joining Langya sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fan Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fan Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human goo immortal. The 4 variant human goo immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human goo immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fan Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fan Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fan Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human goo immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fan Yuan's words. Fan Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar, even if the Rockman tribe had one immemorial rock dragon left. So what? Fan Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued. Even though I am a human demonic path Gu immortal, I had no other choice. The Celestial Court wants to kill me, what else can I do other than resist? You are all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Langya sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us. Fan Yuan's sincere words calmed the four variant human Gu immortals down. Land Spirit of Langya, however, felt a chill in his heart. Master Fan Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many Gu immortals from these three races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these four variant human Gu immortals will have. Actually, the four variant human Gu immortals were not stupid, they were shrewd. They were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fan Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves, they would not show it outside. The current Fan Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level, he could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the Celestial Court was defeated, it would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception, there was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fan Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt fear but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fan Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The four variant human Gu immortals had such thoughts, it was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fan Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fan Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fan Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my Snowman tribe believes in your sincerity. We will move our entire tribe and join Langya's sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu immortal was the great-grandmother of Fan Yuan's fiancé, Shui Er. With this relationship, she was closer to Fan Yuan in terms of status, she was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 Gu immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fan Yuan as members of Langya sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human Gu immortals joined Langya sect. But in the previous life, Longevity Heaven forced them, they agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fan Yuan who forced them, they thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fan Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain and Inkman City, he would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahara, a male and female Gu immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie, he had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fan Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6-time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful, she was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was smooth and jade-like, she had an exotic aura. She was a Gu immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fan Yuan's fiancé in name, Shui Er. Shui Er, my main body is not here yet, I can only use my clone to accompany you, you won't blame me, right? Fan Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui Er blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fan Yuan, don't worry. Shui Er is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui Er is already content. Shui Er lowered her attitude. Even though Fan Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fan Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fan Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui Er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui Er asked, But I wonder, why did you bring Schwer here? Ha ha ha, I brought a gift for you. Schwer, take a look below. Fan Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Schwer's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path goo worms to construct it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fan Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Schwer, you and I are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it, and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the time path clone looked at Schwer with a gentle gaze. Schwer was overjoyed. Her eyes were shining. Fan Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort. This is out of Schwer's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Schwer's shoulder. Schwer's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fan Yuan spoke again. Schwer, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Schwer heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice. Fan Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingshua will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fan Yuan took the chance to hug Schwer. This time, Schwer's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fan Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fan Yuan said with deep emotions, Actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold and emotionless. But the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fan Yuan's words made Schwer feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation. Fan Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. Oh? That would be great. Fan Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1779. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks. They were pitch-black like ink. The surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain. They were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon. It stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. It was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers, there were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall, there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in Northern Plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Gu master armies over 10 times. It had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city, there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Gu masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were many shops, palaces, and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the ink men were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans. Ink men could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the ink men. In Northern Plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City. Rumble. A loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake. The peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years, there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me! Mother! For a time, the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose. Most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my God! The Inkman City is flying? Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal Gu house. Oh my God! Such a large mortal Gu house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep, sleep for a while. Fan Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the king of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Gu immortals in Inkman City. Under Fan Yuan's wisdom path immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber. The entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk, and after a while, it entered Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This Inkman City has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yen back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fan Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards, you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fan Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fan Yuan. Mo Tan Sang is willing to assist Lord Fan Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fan Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fan Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Mo Tan Sang had been in contact with Fan Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fan Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Mo Tan Sang even tried to curry favor with Tai Bai Yunxing. He gave the latter the 9 Cloud Ring Mortal Killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was no longer in this world, while Fan Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fan Yuan came to take over Inkman City, and Mo Tan Seng was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fan Yuan smiled internally. And Mo Tan Seng is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals and cooperated with Ma Hong Yun on equal terms. Using the 5 regions' chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in northern plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini western desert, his future development is bright. And Mo Tan Seng was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fan Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fan Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Mo Tan Seng grew, Fan Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fan Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fan Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fan Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fan Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his time path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Langia. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Langia personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fan Yuan's clone. In another month, the seal on Langia's origin core will be completely removed. Fan Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it blessed land or winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Langya's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Longhair Ancestor died, Langya Heavenly Spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The Heavenly Spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Langya's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a Vermilion rank 7 origin core. Langya Heavenly Spirit thus fell to Land Spirit of Langya. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Langya's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fan Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo-rank 8. The number of down marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a Vermilion origin core. Only when Langya's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fan Yuan absorb it, and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal died under the Blue Charm Shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu Immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate down marks, and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. he praised Land's spirit of Langia. But Land's spirit of Langia told him, I am only imitating, my main body obtained this method from thieving heaven demon Venerable, while thieving heaven demon Venerable obtained it from limitless demon Venerable's inheritance. The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move, it was called One Step Back. Later, thieving heaven demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization, it is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name, I simply combined the names of the two and called it, One Step Back, Sea and Sky Are Wide Open. Fan Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move, One Step Back, Sea and Sky Are Wide Open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move. It was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful, its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu immortal world, the number of Gu immortals would increase by several times, or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Fan Yuan could see the talent and strength of limitless demon Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable. With this method, limitless demon Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Tao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu immortal cultivation, it swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease and ease. Then limitless demon Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Tao marks before becoming venerable. Fan Yuan said this back then. Chapter 1780. Land's spirit of Langia sighed, continuing. Every venerable is an invincible person, they have shocking talent, we cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us, it is an insult to them. Fan Yuan nodded, he could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation, they could overturn all of the Gu immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against the venerable's method, he could not resist at all. In terms of Tao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about limitless demon Venerable, he had rank 8 Tao marks when he was rank 6, then when he became rank 9, how many Tao marks would he have? Fan Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely, limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now, that was the situation for Fan Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Langia, Fan Yuan killed Thunder Go's true monarch and Qin Yi. He snatched Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer Move. In the previous life, Qin Yi relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Fan Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop, they lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up Karma Relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left? Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Gu, I cannot rely on myself, I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Fan Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later. Southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sex Camp, which was occupied by Fan Yuan. Afterwards, Southern Border's Gu Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Fan Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern Border's Gu Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Fan Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the Southern Border Gu Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? Humph, with this formation we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The Southern Border Gu Immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang Sanmu, Chi Chiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon, they easily discovered Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out. He could not conceal himself. Fan Yuan had only seen Wu Yong, who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Fan Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Gu Immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Gu Immortal. But I don't know who he is. His aura belongs to Southern Border. He should be a secluded Gu Immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Fan Yuan's true appearance, he guessed. Right now, Langya's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the Southern Border Gu Immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Fan Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the Celestial Court. The other was to lure the Southern Border Gu Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would form groups to pursue Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiao Chao would not be the only rank 8 Gu Immortal chasing after him. Fan Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Chi Chiu's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu, water refinement, advanced refinement, and strong refinement. These 3 immortal Gu were refinement path Gu worms. They had no offensive power when used alone, they were only supplementary. Among them, strong refinement immortal Gu could directly refine other people's immortal Gu. It was the core of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged. It fell to rank 7. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation. And rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu was hidden inside Refinement Water. All along, the land spirit of Langya had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the Refinement Path and Water Path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land into Refinement Water. The land spirit of Langya's plan was to accumulate the Refinement Water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of Refinement Path Dao marks, resources, time, and resources. After Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the Water Refinement Immortal Gu for his own use. The killer move that Fan Yuan was using used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fan Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine, how can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Chichio said proudly. This formation was created by Chi Clan. As a Chi Clan Gu immortal, Chichio had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything. It can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Chichio smiled. But soon, Chichio's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Gu immortals reported from time to time. They had anxious expressions and tone. Because a large number of mortal Gu were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own, unless it was absolutely necessary. The Gu immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that Southern Borders Gu immortals learned from the Battle of Etian Mountain. To prevent a spy like Fan Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Chichio was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief. How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it. Chichio was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Fan Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high. And most importantly, Fan Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan coerced and enticed Chichuyu to compromise. Chichuyu became the greatest spy in Southern Border. He told Fan Yuan about the details of this formation. Chichio, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent. All its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fan Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the Southern Border Gu immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's Gu refinement speed is getting faster. We cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Chichio wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xia Fan snorted coldly. Chichio glared at him. Xia Fan did not care. He looked at Yang San Mu and suggested, the urgent matter now is to send Gu immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange Gu worms and buy time to restore the formation. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang San Mu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. Then I will go. You guys will coordinate with me. Even though Fan Yuan was mysterious, Yang San Mu was very confident. He was a Soul Path Gu immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in Southern Border. And refinement path's advantage was in refining Gu. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle. Yang San Mu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fan Yuan. Let's fight! Ugh! Yang San Mu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang San Mu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Fan Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Fan Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in Southern Border other than Etian Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 Venerables' prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every super force placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu Immortals in the formation and our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu Immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that demon Fang Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Fang Yuan, why would the Dream Realms and Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn Dream Realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not take away the Dream Realms and Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, he purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly, it concealed Fang Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were guessing who the Gu Immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or, to have some research on Dream Path, and had already used the Dream Realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's Righteous Path members, the most depressed one was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage, Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it, and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, his strength had increased tremendously, Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Fang Yuan through the secret passage, Fang Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly, he immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumors spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story, some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gu Immortals became even more suspicious. Qi Chuyu was furious, he had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him, his image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged, his reputation fell greatly. How can my Qi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Qi Chuyu appeared again and again, making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself, because in his opinion, the other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Qi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8, he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu Immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Qi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu Immortals, like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Qi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yan San Mu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly. This is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some Yang clan Gu immortals even asked Chi-Chuyu. Since Lord Chi-Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true. How do you explain this? Chi-Chuyu was speechless. He was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly. There is no need to explain. Because the details of the formation are not only known by my Chi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating superclans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Chi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Chi-Chuyu swore to himself, even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will crush every single bone in his body. Chi-Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy. He hated the possibility of a traitor in Chi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Chi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Fan Yuan's previous life. Even Chi-Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Chi-Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Chi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Chi-Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path Great Grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now, we need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of Southern Border's righteous path shut up. Chi-Chuyu almost shouted, sigh. Return my innocence. Return my reputation. Chapter 1782. Chi-Chuyu was so old, he had to manage Chi clan's affairs. He was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Chi-Chuyu did not have it easy. These rumors even caused trouble for him. Chi-Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fan Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Fan Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days. He was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Langya Blessed Land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Fan Yuan quickly annexed it. Fan Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to take the lead. He also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding. It confirmed Fan Yuan's supreme authority. The other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates, or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Fan Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qingyi's hands during the Battle of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Langya had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Fan Yuan's strength was too high. They could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Fan Yuan was a scheming person. When he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength. He would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Fan Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Fan Yuan did not allow Shuer, Bingzhou, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Fan Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the river of time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Fan Yuan told them directly, the Stone Lotus Island had a limit, future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan could keep his secrets. This was, of course, unfair. But under Fan Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human goo immortals could only submit. In fact, Fan Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan goo would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Fan Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Fan Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future, they were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad. They worked together to set up their racial inheritances. They buried the essence of their race's treasures, they left it to their descendants. They also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Langya revealed, when the number of variant human races and Gu immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Langya's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain, but even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals could truly step into this sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Fan Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. It could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why, even though Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories, at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 99 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Fan Yuan could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Fan Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky. He underestimated the enemy's intelligence. It also went against Fan Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Langya Blessed Land had too long of a history. It had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Fan Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Langya Land's spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Fan Yuan everything, but now, he told him everything he knew. He did not hide anything. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. An emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding Contact Heart River bank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Chi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in midair. He wore a green robe, his face was like jade, his nose bridge was tall, he was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were deep like an abyss, his hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, it was black and shiny. The Chi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fan Yuan? Ever since Fan Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, his reputation surpassed Feng Jioga. He became the publicly recognized number 1 rank 7, he had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility. She announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Langya Blessed Land to the public. The video of Feng Jioga being chased by Fan Yuan and having half of his immortal Gu stolen was placed in jewel yellow skies by her. Thus, everyone knew, Fan Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu again, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land, he might even have a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Jioga, Fan Yuan's reputation was consolidated, he even surpassed him, he became the topic of conversation among Gu immortals. Chi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Fan Yuan, how could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster! He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Fan Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of Fan Yuan's space path immortal Gu, many refinement path immortal Gu, and a large number of supplementary mortal Gu to create it. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8. His down marks increased greatly. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal Gu alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life, he had also created a space path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a space path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Fan Yuan after extorting Southern Border's righteous path and extorting many specific rank 7 space path immortal Gu. But in this life, Fan Yuan had not even ambushed Xia Cha, not to mention extorting Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's space path immortal Gu were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory. They were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Fan Yuan simply combined it with refinement path immortal Gu and modified it greatly. With the power of refinement path, Fan Yuan's refinement path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fan Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Fan Yuan pointed with his finger. Dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi clan Goo immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fan Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. It was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi clan's Goo immortals. This time, he was just imitating them. The effect was still good. Of course, Fan Yuan had to expose his identity. Chapter 1783. A shallow, deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Borders Qi clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart Riverbank. Fan Yuan took all the Goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart Goo, 50,000 Rank 4 Goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Goo below Rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water Immortal Goo was still Rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart River Bank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course, there were also Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fan Yuan took had a dense amount of Wisdom Path Dao marks. But most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks were still in the surrounding soil. Fan Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a Rank 7 Peak Earth Path method. Because he needed to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked Infallible Blessed Land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but to extract the Success Dao marks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use Human Path Immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fan Yuan's appearance and plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon spread to Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the Immortal Killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fan Yuan's famous Myriad Dragon Killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fan Yuan suddenly appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Qi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of Contact Heart Goo? Although Fan Yuan only had Rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary Rank 7, he could fight Rank 8, he was a special case. Qi Chuyu thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fan Yuan has regained Rank 7 fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo, and seems to have a method to steal Immortal Goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Qi clan, then it would be troublesome. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit that Fan Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fan Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fan Yuan had Rank 8 battle strength, thus, most of Qi clan's Goo immortals could not fight casually. Qi Chuyu had to fight alone, or use a Rank 7 immortal Goo house. This way, even if Qi clan was a superforce, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fan Yuan's ability. Previously, Fan Yuan did not display this method, and back then, Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine Goo. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he will need some time to grasp the thieving heaven true inheritance. Chi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fan Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Chi Clan. If this was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fan Yuan was a huge headache for Chi Chuyu, he had to fight. Chi Clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to go and defeat Fan Yuan as soon as possible. Chi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone, the river bank was dried up, it was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the river bank mountain were gone, they were all taken away by Fan Yuan and looted clean. Chi Chuyu's expression was dark, the other Chi Clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fan Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring! This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses, it will take years to recover. Sigh, cursing Fan Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless, he is an otherworldly demon, his kin in this world were all killed by him. Chi Clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided, the grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there, because Fan Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was still alive, would he appear again? Attack Chi Clan again? Chi Clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fan Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fan Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fan Yuan has high formation path attainment, he has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has refinement path immortal Gu, didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fan Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Chi Clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fan Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fan Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Chi Clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything, they could only ask Chi Chuyu. Chi Chuyu's expression eased a little, he was already cursing internally, he wanted to know what Fan Yuan was up to. They rushed here, but Fan Yuan was already gone. Chi Chuyu was in an awkward situation, he was in a passive position. But on the surface, he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Chi Clan. Don't panic, investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fan Yuan escapes now, our Chi Clan will remember this debt, we will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Chi Clan's Gu immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air, it did not conceal its grand aura, it displayed Chi Clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fan Yuan's actions were too clean, he did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Chi Chuyu did not have much hope, because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Chi Clan was proficient in Formation Path, they were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path. If Chi Clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an Information Path great expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a Wisdom Path great expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fan Yuan and fight with Fan Yuan. Sigh. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The Information Path and Wisdom Path great experts that could deal with Fan Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi Clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fan Yuan, Chi Clan would have to fight with Fan Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fan Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fan Yuan. Her 3 rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioga's immortal goo were stolen by Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Chi Clan have? Yes, Chi Clan was a superforce, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Even if Fairy Myrtle hated Fan Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Fan Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths, he has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's righteous path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Chi Clan to find trouble with him? Hee hee. Chi Chuyu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Fan Yuan had grown too quickly. Chi Chuyu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals only cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fan Yuan stops now and does not touch my Chi Clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Hard River Bank was lost, but the foundation was still there, it could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area. Chi Clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface, I need to be furious and emotional. I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion. I cannot tarnish Chi Clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu Immortals and be on guard. I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period, Fan Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Chi Chuyu made up his mind. He convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu Immortal lead a superforce to lower their heads to Fan Yuan. But Chi Chuyu was a wise leader. He knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Fan Yuan. If Chi Clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Fan Yuan. They could even threaten his life. But Chi Clan would also pay a huge price. It could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged. They would just attack without thinking. But in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Chi Clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points. We can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Chi Clan went all out against Fan Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses. The other superforces would reap the benefits. What would they do? Chi Chuyu let out a breath of air. It was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report! Fan Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range again. He destroyed the formation. 2 of our Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. Now, Fan Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources. Among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Chi Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. Chapter 1784. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fan Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. Hit hit hit. The desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves. They growled with pained expressions. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point. It was filled with dense cloud path down marks. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Fan Yuan quickly searched. With his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, and 11 desolate plants of 3 types: cloud cheroot, white hair ginseng, and spear-tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7 colored cloud soil. It was huge. I have plenty of time. Fan Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life, he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time, he was very familiar with it. He did it quickly. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched roughly. There are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fan Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory. He found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land's spirit of Langya transmitted from his immortal aperture. Reporting to Master, we have already investigated this newly obtained wood path immortal goo. It is a rank 6 wood path immortal goo. It is called mature bamboo. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, mature bamboo immortal goo was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Chi Clan Goo immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild immortal goo that was about to form. But in this life, Fan Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild immortal goo that had yet to take form. The 2 Chi Clan Goo immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Fan Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Fan Yuan for a while. However, since Fan Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life, he could easily break through it. Fan Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild immortal goo had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature bamboo immortal goo was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Fan Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, mature bamboo immortal goo was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad, this immortal goo suits me. Fan Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Qinyi, Fan Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul-searching it. Qinyi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fan Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus true inheritances. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal goo of these 2 killer moves, other than rule path immortal goo cause and effect, were somewhat attribute goo. Qinyi died, his phantom aperture dissipated, the goo worms inside were destroyed by him. Fan Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. He needed to prepare his own goo worms. Mortal goo could be dealt with, but immortal goo needed to be prepared. Mature bamboo immortal goo was evidently a wood attribute goo. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. When Chi-Chuyu controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Fan Yuan was long gone. Chi Clan's Goo immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old Goo immortal almost coughed out blood, he said with a trembling voice. I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort. To think that Fan Yuan would get his hands on it. Fan Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone. The ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge. We need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Fan Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Fan Yuan lacked woodpath methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life, he had the advantage of rebirth. He naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Fan Yuan designed a woodpath immortal move. Even though his woodpath attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Langya Blessed Land and obtained several woodpath immortal goo. He could use them here. Langya Blessed Land had a huge treasury. The white-haired land spirit had ruled the blessed land for hundreds of thousands of years. There were several immortal goo of every mainstream path. They did not form a system, they were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Fan Yuan had once used wood sprout immortal goo to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Chi Chu Yu's expression was dark, his hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Fan Yuan! He gritted his teeth, his previous illusions were shattered. Fan Yuan was targeting Qi Clan. But Chi Chu Yu could not understand why Fan Yuan was targeting him and Qi Clan. Back then, the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong. Go fight Wu Clan. If you think Wu Clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example, Xiao Clan. Our Qi Clan is not weak, we are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change, alright? Can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard! Not just Chi Chu Yu, all of Qi Clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wrong. Why is Fan Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first. This is the first thing we need to do to deal with Fan Yuan. Chi Chu Yu thought about it and said. He gave up on his earlier hope. He decided to deal with Fan Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Chi Chu Yu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic path Gu immortals often acted alone, but righteous path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Chi Chu Yu for example. Even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi Clan. When Qi Clan started, Qi Clan's ancestors lived frugally. They gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi Clan's glorious history. It contained Qi Clan's spirit of hard work. Fan Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Chi Chu Yu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Report! Fan Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report! Fan Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation outside. He disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Fan Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Were there 2 Fan Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one. Or Fan Yuan's clone, that is possible. No, according to the information, Fan Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave. He then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Chi Chu Yu analyzed calmly. This means that Fan Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack? No, these 2 are both large resource points. Their defensive formations are equally strong. There is no clear difference in strength. Chi Chu Yu pondered. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Fan Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Fan Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up? Fan Yuan's strength is not the same as before. He is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Jioga lost so miserably. Qi clan's Gu immortals were hesitant. They were very wary of Fan Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu immortals wanted to say, they just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had a cold expression as he shouted. The other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points. This is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements. Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fan Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak. They were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, "Do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain. You guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact." "Yes, Lord." Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Chapter 1785. Qi Chuyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain. He saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees, he was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest. He was very skilled. The Gu immortal defending this place did not escape. He used the remnant formation to attack Fan Yuan fiercely. Fan Yuan was able to deal with them easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. "Stop!" Qi Chuyu shouted. He was shocked and furious. "First Supreme Elder, you are finally here!" The rank 7 Gu immortal defending this place was extremely excited. He had tears in his eyes. Initially, he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while, Fan Yuan broke it. He was so scared that his heart was pounding. He did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qi Chuyu came, he focused on defense. Seeing that Qi Chuyu was here, he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qi Chuyu charged over, but Fan Yuan stopped attacking. "Fan Yuan, look at what you did! Retribution is here!" Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere. Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Fan Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was even more furious. Because Fan Yuan's plundering was very effective, Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater. Qi Chuyu's heart was bleeding. "Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you. Watch this move," Fan Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment. He did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, "I want to see your abilities!" Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Fan Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly. It was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into a dot, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. "Such a soul path battlefield," Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu had his hands behind his back. His attitude had changed drastically. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary. To think that Fan Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yama Chen Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Domain Yun Battlefield Chu Qing Kingdom was exposed. Chen was Tianyun Yama Yang Hua Yang Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield's value to be greatly reduced, and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Fan Yuan had used Yama Battlefield several times, Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jioge, he was inside the super formation space. It was not convenient to use Yama Battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jioge, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama Battlefield. Now that Fan Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Fan Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu. After this battle, information about Yama Battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fan Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fan Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fan Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fan Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do? Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. Don't play dumb. Fan Yuan, you are plundering everywhere. You are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it, since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fan Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fan Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fan Yuan had already destroyed Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fan Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fan Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fan Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course, Fan Yuan would not point this out. Clap, clap, clap. Fan Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. Qi Chuyu's eyes flickered with bright light. He carefully received the information path mortal Gu that Fan Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very alert internally. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless. He was cunning and ruthless. He had to be wary of his schemes at all times. He could not relax for even a moment. But soon, Qi Chuyu's expression changed. He frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes. His face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal Gu that Fan Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi Clan's important areas. as well as Fan Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fan Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fan Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Qi Chuyu saw Fan Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his earlier conjecture. At the same time, he was shocked at Fan Yuan's formation path attainment. But what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path, Mortal Goo. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi Clan's internal problems and Qi Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Qi Chuyu's expression changed at this. Because this information was very deep, it was clearly provided by Southern Borders people secretly helping Fan Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu immortals were less suspicious. They were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Qi Clan. There was no need for them to monitor Qi Clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Qi Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang Clan soon became the #1 suspect in his mind. Qi Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain Southern Border Righteous Path superforce was secretly helping Fan Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Qi Clan. It is these unscrupulous Righteous Path clans that want to use Fan Yuan to deal with my Qi Clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Qi Chuyu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fan Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fan Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Qi Chuyu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any Southern Border Righteous Path clan helped him. It was because he had captured the Southern Border Immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fan Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen. His previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Qi Chuyu's hatred towards those so-called Southern Border Righteous Path clans far surpasses mine. Of course. Since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals in my previous life was because Qi Chuyu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Qi Chuyu himself. Qi Chuyu's expression was very ugly. He exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself, but he could not detect it. Fan Yuan spoke again. Lord Qi Chuyu has been famous for so long. You have managed Qi Clan for so many years. You must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you, Lord Qi. Qi Chuyu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fan Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fan Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fan Yuan continued, Now you believe in my sincerity even more? Qi Chuyu immediately thought of Qi Clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fan Yuan and sneered. Hee, so I should thank you for holding back? Chapter 1786. In Yama Battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fan Yuan sighed. Our time is limited, I will say it directly. I want to transact with Qi Clan. I wonder if you are interested in my Dream Path research results? Qi Chuyu was slightly taken aback, and then his cold gaze changed. Dream Path? Did I hear wrongly? Qi Chuyu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fan Yuan had Dream Path research results. Fan Yuan had disguised as Wui Hai to interact with dream realms. Fan Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans. He had shown it in the dream realm battle. many super forces were drooling in envy. Fan Yuan had spring-autumn cicada, he had been reborn. And the future belonged to Dream Path. It was not strange that he had some Dream Path profundities. It could be said that Fan Yuan's Dream Path research results led the entire world. He was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and Dream Path is profound. I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Chi that my formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Chi would think? Fan Yuan smiled. His words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Chi Chu Yu's heart, creating huge waves. Oh? Is that true? Chi Chu Yu was moved. He could no longer pretend to be calm. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Chi Chu Yu's arrogance. He had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fan Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. Senior, please take a look at this. Chi Chu Yu took a look. His eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path mortal goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Chi Chu Yu was deeply immersed in it. He quickly finished reading the contents. Chi Chu Yu licked his lips. In just a short moment, his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Chi Chu Yu forced himself to calm down. He pretended to ponder. How do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Chi Chu Yu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in southern border are guarded by the righteous path. Fan Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I need the dream realm of Etian Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Chi Chu Yu heard this, his expression changed again. Fan Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Etian Mountain was his, Chi Chu Yu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fan Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fan Yuan. Sigh, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Chi Chu Yu was thinking too much. Fan Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Chi Chu Yu himself. Fan Yuan used Chi Chu Yu to deal with Chi Chu Yu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, you are often your own greatest enemy? Fan Yuan suppressed Chi Chu Yu step by step. Chi Chu Yu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fan Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Chi Chu Yu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fan Yuan. Chi Chu Yu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fan Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fan Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, the risk was too high, the benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fan Yuan would stop plundering Chi Clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Chi Chu Yu. Finally, Chi Chu Yu was still concerned about the so-called traitor in Southern Border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fan Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the immortal aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Shi observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness, this was a miracle, this was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of spectral soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockman Gu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days, we have finally built this hill. I am so tired. I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the Supreme Expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use Gu worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of Gu refinement here is very high? Sigh, as long as we complete the sex missions, there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal's rewards will be more generous. Shut up! How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it any more. He turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockman Gu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time, a green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockman Gu masters saw that the newcomer was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fang Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Shi quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation. You only need to activate it now." Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rock men when he saw that Shi had something to say. Even though Shi only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the other Rockman Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi stayed behind. Like Shui'er and Mo Tansang, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fang Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Shi blinked. He had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Shi's intention. He interrupted. "It seems that your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Shi bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this." Fang Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fang Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the celestial court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fan Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fan Yuan's chariot, they could not get out of it. Shi Sheng's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Shi Sheng and did not do it themselves, they were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fan Yuan did not reject or agree, he waved his hand. Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first. Yes. Seeing that Shi Sheng was far away, Fan Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace, intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded, dust flew into the sky, large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain, the temperature rose rapidly. The Rockman Gu masters far away gasped in shock. This method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano, shocked them greatly. Shi Sheng was also moved, his formation path attainment was very low, only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down, the hand was like a mountain, it opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light, they slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots, the tree absorbed sufficient nutrients, soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over, this time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fan Yuan's clone looked after them personally, there were no mistakes. Shi Sheng's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fan Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts, only one was needed to torture Shi Sheng to death, there was no doubt about it. Fan Yuan's clone placed a large number of fire-path birds, there were many types of them. From today onwards this mountain is Fire Bird Mountain, it is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fan Yuan's clone flew to Shi Sheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Sheng quickly knelt down in gratitude, he was extremely excited. Fan Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you, it has been hard on you to build this mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Sheng was moved to tears, compared to this Fire Bird Mountain, what was the little bit of effort they put in? This Fire Bird Mountain's formation was provided by Fan Yuan, the Gu worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fan Yuan's, it was almost like Fan Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fan Yuan's clone continued. I will continue giving you missions in the future, Fire Bird Mountain will not be the last one. Shi Sheng was stunned, he sensed the deep meaning behind Fan Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fan Yuan plundered them. Fan Yuan said Fire Bird Mountain would not be the last one, that meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human Gu immortal suggested Fan Yuan in a tactful manner. Fan Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fan Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Shi Sheng did not dare to retort, he accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Fire Bird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fan Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this, Lord Fan Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Sheng's gaze was heated. Any Gu immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength, they would desire it very much. Under Fan Yuan's political maneuvering, Ching had already separated from the other Rockman Goo immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fan Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Cheng's words made Fan Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fan Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile. But this way, Fan Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same. No matter how similar people are, they all have their own differences. Fan Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fan Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path, so that's it, I already have a human path killer move. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. Chapter 1787. Southern Border. In a nameless valley, there was a waterfall. The sound of water was loud and the air was filled with mist. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fan Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged on the branches of a pine tree. He was in deep thought. The human path inspiration came very suddenly. Fan Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone put down whatever they were doing to comprehend it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had already formed. There were about 100,000 strength path phantoms standing on the grassland, not moving at all. They were like statues. Each of them had the same appearance. They resembled Fan Yuan's main body. They were spaced evenly apart. They were densely packed together. This was the Myriad Self army that Fan Yuan had unleashed using Myriad Self Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan did not let go of that inspiration this time. He gave up on Myriad Self Immortal Goo and used the killer move Myriad Self. After a while, a large number of strength path phantoms formed and stood in a group. Fan Yuan thought about it and used Myriad Self for the third time. But this time, he did not use an immortal killer move, but the most basic mortal killer move. With rank 4 all-out effort Goo as the core, bitter strength Goo, borrow strength Goo, self-reliance Goo, refine essence spirit Goo, earth strength Goo, water strength Goo, wind strength Goo, lightning strength Goo, fire strength Goo, lurking soul coat Goo, breath concealment Goo, and others were supplementary. Finally, Myriad Self was formed, splitting the main body's soul and forming a large number of strength path phantoms in an instant. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms could not compare to the phantom army that was created earlier. But this was the source. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fan Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength. He used Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves to create this move, solving the ancient problem of combining enslavement and strength path. Next, using this move as the foundation, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former could increase Fan Yuan's offensive advantage at the right time. It was Fan Yuan's strongest method. The latter was the crucial trump card for Fan Yuan to fight against rank 8s as a rank 7. Be it Myriad Self Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were all outstanding killer moves. They were the best among the best. Now, Fan Yuan had a human path inspiration. He traced it back to the source and modified the original Myriad Self Mortal Path killer move. Fan Yuan's main body and clone were calculating at the same time. At the same time, the clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move was quickly modified. Fan Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, a large number of strength path phantoms were also formed. However, unlike the previous 3 phantoms, although the phantoms of Fan Yuan were still standing quietly, there were all sorts of strange expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were beaming with joy, some were murderous, some were indifferent, some were resting with their eyes closed, calm and peaceful, some were rolling their eyes, very curious about everything, and some were puffing their cheeks, looking extremely bored. Fan Yuan's divine sense scanned these phantoms. All sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Fan Yuan and his clone gave up on these phantoms, and used wisdom path methods to deduce again. This time, the calculation took a full 6 hours. After succeeding, Fan Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal-level myriad self-killer move that was 100 times larger than the previous one. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many goo worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fan Yuan was a rank 8 goo immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the myriad self-phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these myriad self-phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms became greater and greater. Soon, this group of myriad self-phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms were not of equal strength. Some were strong, some were weak. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious myriad self-phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated myriad self-phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The myriad self-phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the myriad self-phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fan Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fan Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice. But he did not dare to attack, instead pouncing towards the myriad self-phantoms from before. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly. Without Fan Yuan's orders, they did not move, letting the hatred phantom slaughter them. After this hatred phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. It actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 goo immortal level. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fan Yuan's clone waved his hand. The remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 goo immortal level, Fan Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing this strength path phantom. The final myriad self-killer move that Fan Yuan used, the strength path phantoms formed had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. But the amazing thing was, the final myriad self-phantoms all had terrifying growth potential. That phantom whose face was filled with hatred was only rank 4 at the start, but it eventually became a rank 7 goo immortal. Of course, this was a breakthrough in aura and level. Its battle strength was not that strong, it was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was only a phantom, it was not as sturdy as ancient desolate beasts. Its intelligence was also limited. It could not mobilize goo worms to fight, it could only rely on its instincts. Be it myriad self-immortal goo or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the principle of killer moves, thus it is an unavoidable flaw. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same body, their souls can fuse together, thus there is a possibility of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The final myriad self-killer move that I used is no longer a pure fusion of enslavement and strength path, it is a human path killer move that is a step further. Fan Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. At this point, Myriad Self-Killer Move was a complete human path killer move, and Myriad Self-Immortal Goo was a human path immortal goo to begin with. In the previous life, when attacking Central Continent, Fan Yuan was still regretful that he did not have human path methods, he did not have any achievements in human path. Actually, he had it long ago, it was just that he had too many considerations at that time, he was in a huge battle and did not notice it. As the saying goes, looking horizontally at a mountain range, and looking sideways at a mountain peak, they are all different from each other. I do not know the true face of Mount Lu, it is only because I am in this mountain. His exploration of human path had already started in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just that he did not have any awareness in this aspect. A person's life is the exploration of human path to begin with. Other than Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, I have another human path immortal goo. That is, Perseverance Goo. Wait, not just Perseverance Goo, the sovereign immortal fetus goo that I snatched is also a human path goo worm. Flipping through the legends of Renzu, Hope Goo, Vanity Goo, Guts Goo, Stubbornness Goo, Dignity Goo, Self Goo, Worry Goo, weren't these goo worms human path goo worms? No wonder the legends of Renzu is publicly recognized as a human path true inheritance, it truly contains deep human path profundities. Fan Yuan sighed internally, only now did he have a deeper understanding of the legends of Renzu. In order to obtain this result, Fan Yuan had spent close to 600 years of his life. The human path inspiration that he obtained was not because he had nurtured variant humans recently, but because the accumulation of his entire life had reached a crucial point of qualitative change. It was like a small pile of gunpowder colliding with a tiny spark. With a loud explosion, Fan Yuan broke through his original shackles, reaching a higher level in human path. This was the result of accumulation, it was a natural progression. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. The surging purple chi gradually calmed down and shrunk, eventually vanishing into Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. What scheme is this demon Fan Yuan plotting? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost, Fairy Myrtle took the responsibility, and quickly leaked all the information regarding Fan Yuan for free. But Fan Yuan's side was very strange, he did not make any movements. Normally speaking, after Starcast was exposed and Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fan Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fan Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days she had been paying close attention to Fan Yuan's movements, she had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fan Yuan's actions in southern border. But why was Fan Yuan only opposing Qi Clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi Clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder's Shadow Earth Trenches formation was destroyed, was that mysterious goo immortal Fan Yuan? Maybe after annexing Langya Blessed Land, his foundation rose greatly, he wants to refine goo now. Or maybe he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fan Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fan Yuan revives, Spring Autumn Cicada will need time to recover, this is the best time to eliminate Fan Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fan Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared, we need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fan Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics, she would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times, even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fan Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fan Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fan Yuan did not use it directly, he used the super formation as a cover to prevent the celestial court from contacting Swan Bujin. The smoke screen he released was too ingenious, it temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the celestial court, Fan Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fan Yuan is too crafty, the clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed. If it was before, Fairy Myrtle could still attack Fan Yuan's main source of income, but now that the other party had annexed Langya Blessed Land, all of the businesses inside were taken over by Fan Yuan. The method of raising golden dragonfish that Fairy Myrtle obtained was useless. Even so, I cannot let go of any chance to suppress Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought about it before gritting her teeth and making a decision. Chapter 1788. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing, it seemed like a storm was about to happen. Two Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. This is the place. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the two mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The two Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in southern border's righteous path. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks, he could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Fan Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Aren't you being too careful? The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fan Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fan Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fan Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel-yellow skies. He thought of Fan Yuan's disguise as Wui Hai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Fan Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. Fan Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over. This place was close to Tian Mountain and the location was sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fan Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fan Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal who came with Qi Chuyu was Fan Yuan's dream path clone. After Fan Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Etian Mountain. There, Fan Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body's cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Etion Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus goo that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Fang Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Etion Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Fan Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle Souls searched Spectral Soul's body. She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense. And in the final battle of Central Continent, Fan Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. Right now, when Fan Yuan transacted with Chi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Instead, he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Fan Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Chi Chuyu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fan Yuan informed Chi Chuyu of this flaw. When Chi Chuyu learned that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important Dream Path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body returned to Fan Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Chi Chuyu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fan Yuan's transaction with Chi Clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Fan Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Chi Clan's immortal Yuan stones, immortal materials, and so on. Because at that time, he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and secretly advanced to rank 8. He had rank 8 immortal essence. He did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left. Because it was traded to Chi Chuyu, there was still value in exploring them. Fan Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Etion Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great Grand Master of all paths, his dream realms were on Etion Mountain. There were likely to be Human Path Dream Realms, Information Path Dream Realms, and Chi Path Dream Realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Fan Yuan could annex all the rank 8 Grotto Heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? My current human path attainment level is only Master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Fan Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years. This was the shortest among venerables. In fact, he had been reborn many times. His lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old. These three were the top three venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Fan Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, chi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Fan Yuan desired. Fan Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Chi Chuyu left, after a while, he called his clones to move. Soon, he kept the two pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Fan Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly chi path. Chi path dream realms were useful too. If Fan Yuan's chi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Chi Grotto Heaven in the future. His cultivation level would rise again. Fan Yuan stored the dream realm and activated Familiar Face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment, he arrived in Western Desert, disguised as the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan saw Fan Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fan Huaxing. He was Fan Clan's third Supreme Elder. He specialized in healing methods, he wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fan Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been?" Fan Huaxing immediately greeted. Fan Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I invited you this time. My goal is to cooperate with Fan Clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together." Fan Yuan was in a hurry. He went straight to the point and stated his purpose. He did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fan Yuan's Swan Bujin identity was exposed. He lost contact with Fan Clan. As a result, Fan Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fan Clan. Even though Fan Clan accepted the threat and gave Fan Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fan Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fan Clan had promised to pay for Immortal Gu, but after Fan Yuan's identity was exposed, Fan Clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fan Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain. The production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fan Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fan Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Swan Bujin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Chen Yi and Fan Yuan used it against Feng Jioga in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fan Yuan and Swan Bujin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu Immortals thought that during the battle for Langya Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fan Yuan displayed were the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fan Huaxing had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Swan Bujin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now... Fan Huaxing said this and purposely paused. He looked at Fan Yuan and observed Fan Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fan Yuan was expressionless. There was no change in his expression. Fan Huaxing continued. But now, our Fan Clan is in an awkward situation. We are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path. They are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Swan Bujin is actually the great demon Fan Yuan, because both of them have immortal Gu stealing methods and are opposing the Celestial Court. After all, that demon Fan Yuan has the killer move Familiar Face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature. It is truly hard to guard against him. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Chapter 1789. Fang Huaxing's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his mind was calm and unaffected. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the celestial court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the celestial court. The rumor that Swan Bujin and Fan Yuan were the same person did not originate from the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses. It would only damage the reputation of the celestial court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qing Chou, obtained Divine Bean Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge. If they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply, and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus, they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis, they were not tenable. The rumor that Swan Bujin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path. They were a cover to suppress Fang clan. Who cares what evidence you have? It is enough as long as I have this cover. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu immortal on a whim. As for the Gu immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth. But Fang Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Swan Bujin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Swan Bujin's identity with the Western Desert rogue immortal Jing Jingshan. The Fang family still trusted the evidence Fang Yuan gave. Because Jing Jingshan was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fang family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fang clan would never admit that Swan Bujin was Fang Yuan, unless there was direct evidence that the Fang clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fang family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fang Yuan knew very well that Fang Huaxing's words were all for the sake of the Fang family. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fang Huaxing. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Huaxing's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fang Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Swan Bujin, wait! What is it? Is there anything else? Fang Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huaxing with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, "Isn't Fang clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate?" Fang Huaxing had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fang Yuan had seen through him and the Fang clan. He was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Fang Huaxing was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Fang Huaxing was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Fang clan's wisdom path great grandmaster Fang Dichang had told him. Swan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Fang Huaxing cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Friend Swan Bujin, please don't blame us. Even though Fang clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Fang clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous, we should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Beam Palace. My Fang clan still owes fellow Taoists the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Taoists' forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Fang clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Taoist Swan Bujin about this. Fang Huaxing said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Fan Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand, he was cooperating with Fang Huaxing, on the other hand, he was giving himself a way out. Fan Yuan said, I have some understanding of Fang clan's situation. You also know that I am a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation, take a look. Fang Huaxing received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense. His face turned pale. Fan Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him. His request was not excessive but not easy. It was right at Fang clan's bottom line. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Huaxing looked at it and felt a chill in his heart. He sighed. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Beam Palace, it was very difficult to refine it. They had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Fang clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged. Fang clan's strength fell drastically. They were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Fang clan. Fang clan's situation was dire. They needed external help. Swan Bujin was an ideal aid. Because in the eyes of Fang clan's immortals, Swan Bujin was not only a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he had methods to enslave a Soul Beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang clan was very wary of Swan Bujin, but thankfully, Swan Bujin and Fang clan had deep ties. They had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Fang clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale. It would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Swan Bujin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Swan Bujin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Fang clan's situation would become even worse. Fang clan was wary of Swan Bujin, but they also needed him. Even though Swan Bujin was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Fan Yuan knew this. He was fearless against Fang Huaxing. My negotiation with Qi Chuyu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Fang clan, I am already in an invincible position. Fan Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Swan Bujin's identity is exposed, Fang clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chuyu took the risk and transacted with Fang Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qi Chuyu was confident, even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi clan had the protection of the formation, it was impregnable, they would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi clan's situation and status were different from Fang clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Fang Huaxing looked at the terms and conditions before returning Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu to him. But at the same time, he handed another information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Fang clan will definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal Gu's content is another plan that Fang clan is sincere about. Please consider it. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huaxing, "This? I need to consider it for a few days." Fang Huaxing was overjoyed. He was worried that Fan Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fan Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fan Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huaxing first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fan Yuan, he was also shocked. He did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huaxing quickly said, "Friend Swan Bujin, please consider it. You know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Beam Palace." Fan Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Beam Palace was definitely slow. Why? Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Beam Palace to fight. Fang Huaxing was simply lying through his teeth. But this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time, with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fan Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fan Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Swan Bujin's identity. Fang clan's Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fan Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. He could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fan Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huaxing. "Take care." Fang Huaxing stayed far away. Watching as Fan Yuan left, he had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fan Yuan found it funny. "I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have." Chapter 1790. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged, compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Dang Hun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%. It has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fan Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The Battle of Langya Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Chi Chu Yu and obtained a large number of immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fan Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he used landscape as before immortal Gu and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Fan Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7. He was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court. They all wanted to find trouble with Fan Yuan. For a long time, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fan Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fan Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Langya Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal Yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Dang Hun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Dang Hun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life, it was 70%. Soon, Dang Hun Mountain would be restored. If landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fan Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6, using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the long hair refinement path formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining landscape as before Immortal Gu. Unless he obtained Regret Gu in the future and constructed Regret Pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fan Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fan Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring-Autumn Cicada. While the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine landscape as before Gu. That would be safe. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Fan Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Fan Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Fan Yuan created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fan Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Fan Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Fan Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Fan Yuan was extremely annoyed. His Guts Gu inventory was running dry. Ever since Fan Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life, his soul could still hold on. But in this life, it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse. If he ran out of Guts Gu, Fan Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects. They were naturally not as good as Guts Gu. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move. They are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Fan Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Langya Blessed Land's defeat. She increased the intensity of her soul's search on Spectral Soul. This caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out, he was imprisoned all along. Fan Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time. Who knew, in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Fan Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly. Everything was progressing smoothly. Langya Blessed Land was annexed by him. He became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance. His foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chi Chuyu transacted with him again. The contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Fong Clan was also preparing to recruit him. Their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Fan Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Fan Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path. They had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation, and increase their authority. There should be some time left. Because it will be difficult for Southern Border's Righteous Path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other. After all, earth trenches are appearing one after another, the clans are fighting for natural resources, there are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai Clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai Clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fan Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Fan Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times, it was completely exposed now. Even though Chi Chuyu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Fan Yuan had to modify it, or at least, he had to have an improved version, just in case. Because right now, Bai Ningbing, Ying Wuxie, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui'er, Mo Tanseng, and Shi Shiqing were substitutes, Fan Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much, he was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fan Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fan Yuan would be heavily surrounded, he would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fan Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fan Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fan Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The Dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization, Fan Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fan Yuan's own needs, the rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fan Yuan. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal goo house, as well as the deduction of the killer move goo as before. Fan Yuan wanted to create an immortal goo house that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal goo house was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now, it benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fan Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later. Western Desert, Fan Clan's headquarters. Friend Swan Bujin has joined our clan. This is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert, and even the other 4 regions. Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder Fan Gong held Fan Yuan's hands passionately. Fan Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fan Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Qin Yi and beating up Qin Yi in Divine Beam Palace. After I joined Fan Clan, Fan Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fan Dichang with him, and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fan Clan's situation is not good. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He looked at Fan Dichang and smiled. Fan Dichang's heart tightened, he was surprised. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fan Dichang and Fan Gong's expressions changed. Fan Gong said angrily, "Such guts! A demonic path Gu Immortal actually invaded our clan's important Heavenly Dew Oasis. Does he think our Fan clan is weak and easy to bully?" Fan Dichang's expression was grim. He stared at Fan Yuan. "The situation is a bit complicated. It might not be a demonic path Gu Immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Swan Bujin had just joined us, We had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fan Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim. Let me handle this. Chapter 1791. There was no end to the desert. Intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fan Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis. There were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake, there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color. They looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground, as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads, as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew Oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall. They were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. There were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains. Even if they were lying down, they would stand out in the acupuncture trees. They were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round. Their petals were snow white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree. They were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value. They were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a goo material. They contained rich fire path and wood path down marks. When encountering a strong enemy, these acupuncture trees would go berserk. Like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times, they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target's skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher. It could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable. Just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this Heavenly Dew Oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Fang clan. Although Fan Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Fang family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Fang family. Fang Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Fan Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious Goo Immortal. This Goo Immortal clearly cultivated soul path. He wore a black robe. There was a layer of dark clouds above his head. Gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Fang clan Goo Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fang clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Fang clan was more skilled in immortal Goo houses. And this Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura. he came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Bam bam bam! When the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Fang Clan's Gu Immortal contacted Fan Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Fan Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Fang Clan Gu Immortal was worried, because the Soul Path Gu Immortal was very powerful. His heart was pounding, he felt very uneasy. But Fan Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal Gu, he acted as Swan Bujin and used wisdom path methods. His methods were complex and endless, it was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path Gu Immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Fan Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious. They were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Fan Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path Gu Immortal became fiercer as he fought. He shouted, "Who are you? How can Fan Clan have someone like you?" Fan Yuan laughed. "I am Wisdom Path Swan Bujin, the current external supreme elder of Fan Clan. I just joined Fan Clan and you jumped out to provoke me. You are looking down on me, then I will take your life." Fan Yuan's killing intent surged. He forced the Soul Path Gu Immortal to retreat continuously. He was surrounded by danger. The Fan Clan Gu Immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He had a stern expression. He was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides. The power was terrifying. The spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Gu Immortal gave a loud shout. He seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw. His face turned pale and his aura fell. He became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply. He shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. "Where do you think you are going?" Fan Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fan Clan's Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Fan Clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Dong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time, the two stopped talking. "Oh? Swan Bujin repelled the invading enemies. His speed is quite fast." Fang Dichang smiled. "But..." Fang Gong's voice was deep. "The report also said that Swan Bujin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Swan Bujin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. What do you think of this?" Fang Dichang smiled. "Swan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu Immortal like me. Maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort. It was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang. The reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert." Fang Dichang analyzed Fan Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. "Swan Bujin is quite strong, he has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us, we have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it, I just feel that it is a pity, he has such great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original Rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand, we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan, on the other hand, we can make Swan Bujin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us." "Ha!" Fang Gong laughed. He looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. "It is truly great that our Fang clan has a wisdom path great grandmaster like you." The next day, They want me to guard this place? Fan Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his Wisdom Path killer move. I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang Clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original rank 7 Gu Immortal has also been transferred away. Adding on the previous battle, Fang Clan has spread the news. I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous path. According to common sense, Fang Clan should arrange at least one Gu Immortal to restrain me. But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang Clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang Clan do? Fan Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Swan Bujin's identity was exposed, Fan Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang Clan. How did Fang Clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fan Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe, this world has already changed, the ink's effect has spread here. Fan Yuan lacked clues and information, he could not think of any countermeasures, he could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter, on the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. Ing Wuxie, where are you now? He contacted Ing Wuxie. In Green Ghost Desert, a Soul Path Gu Immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. He lowered his head and continued to move. Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert. It was Ing Wuxie. Not long ago, Fan Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang San Mu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many Soul Path Gu worms and modified Soul Path killer moves. Ing Wuxie's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang Clan's Gu Immortal saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you, go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fan Yuan reminded him. Chapter 1792. Fan Yuan knew that Swan Bujin's identity was just a disguise. The biggest obstacle to joining Fang Clan was Fang Dichang. Because Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Those with Great Grandmaster attainment level were usually experts among rank 8s. They were difficult to deal with. But it would be too obvious for Fan Yuan to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was only at Grandmaster level, and his expertise in Wisdom Path was in deducing and modifying killer moves. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu Immortals and restraining the deductions of other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was not Fang Yuan's specialty. Once Fang Yuan joined Fang Clan, Fang Dichang was likely to have a bad mood. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were usually very calm, but if there were ripples in their hearts, and some kind of emotion was stirred up, the significance would be huge. Thus, Fan Yuan arranged for Ing Wuxie to disguise as a Western Desert Gu Immortal to attack Fang Clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. There was another reason for arranging for Ing Wuxie to invade the Heavenly Dew Oasis. It was to help Fan Yuan integrate into the Fang family faster. Swan Bujin cooperated with Fang Clan and participated in the battle for Divine Beam Palace. But Swan Bujin had just joined Fang Clan and did not understand Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Clan was also suspicious of Swan Bujin's loyalty. At this time, Fan Yuan directly arranged for this battle to display his combat strength and to show his loyalty to the Fang Clan to a certain extent. It is just that. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is far higher than mine. The longer I stay in contact with him, the higher the chance of him sensing something amiss. Fan Yuan was secretly vigilant. It was troublesome to have a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster as an opponent. Even though Fan Yuan had familiar face, he was in danger of being seen through. In addition, there was another risk, and that was Ing Wuxie. Ing Wu Xie's disguise method was not amazing. After all, the Soul Dao was not good at this. In addition, the legendary archaic soul beast, Qing Chou, was probably hiding somewhere in the Green Ghost Desert. These were all potential crises and risks. However, compared to these dangers, Fan Yuan needed a large number of soul beasts to improve his soul cultivation. He was willing to take these risks. Although I've joined the Fan clan now, and the Fan clan has agreed to open up the Green Ghost Desert, providing me with a batch of soul beasts or soul cores every once in a while. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves, and they also had a stockpile of soul cores. At the beginning of our cooperation, you should hand over the soul cores in your storage to me. Fan Yuan had already calculated this, so he still had to rely on himself for the exploration of the Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan had never thought of relying on the Fan clan's strength to help him hunt soul beasts. Fan clan would not do their best in such a situation. In fact, Fan Yuan didn't want the Fan clan to enter the Green Ghost Desert too much. Cooperating with the Fan clan was mainly to prevent the Fan clan from causing trouble for him. After all, Fan clan was the only super force around Green Ghost Desert. It was impossible for Fan Yuan to station himself in the Green Ghost Desert and arrange pawns like Ing Wu Xie. Once the Fan clan went against him, it would be difficult to deal with Fan Yuan, but it would not be difficult to deal with Ing Wu Xie. Fan Yuan had already considered many things. For this matter, he had to cooperate with the Fan clan first. Although the Fan clan did not have efficient methods to make use of soul beasts, they would hunt many soul beasts every year and collect their soul cores, increasing their stockpile and also selling them. Even if Fan Yuan used Swan Bujin's identity to open up the Green Ghost Desert alone, he would still be viewed as a thorn in the flesh by the Fan clan. As a superforce that was close to the Green Ghost Desert, the Fan clan already saw the Green Ghost Desert as a dish on their plate. Against this potential enemy, Fan Yuan could not eliminate it in advance, so he could only cooperate with it. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way to eliminate an enemy. For Fan Yuan, killing was just a method. Other than this method, he had countless other methods. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was more willing to use more appropriate and efficient methods. He did not care what they were. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only had one method to deal with problems and conflicts. That was to kill. You don't like it? Kill. Are you an eyesore? Kill. Are you in a bad mood? Kill. Feel bored? Kill. Fan Yuan started to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees. They were at the periphery and could be seen clearly. But the lake water inside the formation could only be inspected after entering the formation. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they also had many types. The common ones were exquisite spring water, jade toad saliva, bitter perfume, and others. The rarer ones were divine strength water, black white water, and others. There were a lot of goo materials and immortal materials. For example, divine strength water, even though it was water, it contained strength path Dao marks. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market now. In mortal stories, divine strength water had many names. There were often plots in which mortal protagonists drank a mouthful of divine strength water and became immensely strong, using it to attack evil goo masters. And because divine strength water was an immortal material, if one drank it, without any food path methods, the strength path Dao marks in the water could kill the goo immortal. Therefore, the mortal protagonists in these stories often died after they had taken their revenge. And most importantly, black white water. Black white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was located at the core of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During the day, black white water was white, but at night, it was black. If the black white water was placed here for a period of time, facing the sky every day, as the black and white heavens rotated, the black white water would form 1 or 2 drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a small water droplet. It was thin at the top and round at the bottom. A drop of heavenly dew was the size of a baby's pinky. Heavenly dew did not fuse together, even if there were many drops. they were just next to each other. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the Heavenly Dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fan Yuan soon arrived at the black-white water area. He saw that there were more than 100 drops of Heavenly Dew here. Ing Wu Xie did not attack the core when he invaded. The Heavenly Dew that was accumulated over half a year was still there. Fan Yuan smiled. He did not hesitate to take 30 drops of Heavenly Dew, keeping them. This was the unwritten rule of the righteous path. Any Gu immortal sent to guard resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation. Of course, there was no such rule. But all the super forces tacitly agreed to it. Guarding a resource point outside was usually a tough job that came with risks. Without such benefits, who would be willing to be sent outside? Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. He knew his limits. Taking 30 drops of Heavenly Dew was the limit of his limits. The value of these resources was very high. It was the accumulation of Heavenly Dew Oasis for 2 to 3 months. If he exceeded this limit, Fang Clan would fall out with him and sue him for corruption. It is a pity that the 9 heavens are broken now. Only the black and white heavens are left. If the 9 heavens were gathered, according to Heavenly Dew Oasis's layout, it would not be black-white water, it would be the rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. The 9-colored water faces the sky, the 9 heavens rotates continuously, with the stars of the 9 heavens shining down day and night. A drop of 9 heavenly star sweat would be produced from the 9-colored water every 9 years. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth together with myriad being creation water and rising and falling tide water. It was extremely valuable and rare among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly stars sweat in the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already disappeared. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were gone, only 2 heavens were left. After inspecting the resources, Fan Yuan sighed to himself, as expected of Western Desert's top 10 Heavenly Dew Oasis. He inspected the formation here. He was assigned to guard this place. He could naturally use the formation. Fan Clan also gave him some methods to activate the formation. Fan Yuan tried to activate them one by one. He could see the profundities of the formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Path methods. He quickly gained some insights. Compared to Qi Clan, Fan Clan's defensive formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis was not much. Thus, Fan Clan spent a lot of effort to plant countless acupuncture trees to assist in defense. Fan Clan was like Qi Clan, they were skilled in Formation Path. But the difference was, Fan Clan specialized in immortal Gu houses. They could be seen as mobile immortal formations. Meanwhile, Qi Clan specialized in setting up fixed formations. This was the main path of Formation Path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chu Yu. At Great Grandmaster level, Formation Path Gu immortals could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on immortal Gu, they could also make use of the terrain to strengthen defense while increasing the production of the resource points. Fan Clan used many immortal Gu to set up a formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. But the formation's main effect was to increase the production of Heavenly Dew, it did not focus on defense. But Fan Clan's specialty is also very strong. They have several immortal Gu houses. Not only are they very mobile, with the help of the immortal Gu houses, Fan Clan's rank 6 Gu immortals can fight against rank 8 enemies. If I were the leader of Fan Clan, I would gather my forces and attack the enemies in this situation. I would show my ferocity and intimidate the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But I need to be careful when I go too far. If I don't do it properly, I will get burned. If I don't do it properly, I will not be able to intimidate them. Fan Yuan was also analyzing Fan Clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. During this period of time, he needed to cultivate and digest his gains, modifying killer moves. It was not important whether he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was tight. It was close to Southern Border's Righteous Path forming a group to hunt him down. Heaven overturning sand sea. Huge waves of sand undulated up and down. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white sand was like snow, the sand waves often rose tens of feet high. It was a grand scene. It was one of Western Desert's famous sceneries. Phong Clan's Gu Immortal sneaked in, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis in the Sand Sea. According to the information, Dong Clan's Dong Lu Chen has arrived. Let's move! Fan Dichang transmitted. Okay. Fang Gong suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura, directly attacking Treasure Moon Oasis. Dong Lu Chen flew up. His rank 8 aura was similarly overwhelming. He was shocked and furious. Fang Gong, I did not find trouble with you, but you came to my place to cause trouble. Fang Gong shouted. Enough nonsense, let's fight. 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals fought, creating a thunderous sound. Dong Lu Chen fell into a passive state. His hands and feet were tied, because he had to split his attention to protect Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fang Gong's attacks with a grim expression. Fang Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack other Righteous Path forces, you broke the rules. Not long later, Western Desert's great clans will unite to punish you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan say recently that Treasure Moon Oasis was attacked by my clan? But you can't take out any evidence. I came to help you out of goodwill. I took the initiative to give you the evidence. A strange and damaged immortal Gu house rose into the sky. Fan Dichang's voice could be heard from within. Dong Lu Chen became even more furious. Fan Dichang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare! Before he finished speaking, Fang Clan's immortal Gu house activated an immortal killer move. The anger on Dong Lu Chen's face vanished, replaced by shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me it is! That's right, it is the killer move that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used to create his path back then, Theft Path. Fang Dichang replied. No! Dong Lu Chen shouted, turning around to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Under the effect of the Theft Path killer move, the countless natural Dao marks in Treasure Moon Oasis were revealed. They were both long and short, most of them were threads that weave together, forming some kind of profound form. Some of them were like nets, some were like tangled balls of wool, and some were piled up like hills. Dong Lu Chen tried to stop them but to no avail. His eyes were bloodshot. He could only watch as these Dao marks entered Fang Clan's Theft Path Immortal Gu house. This was the power of the killer move Theft Path. Activating this move, one could steal Dao marks directly. Chapter 1793. Fang Clan's attack shook the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Undeniably, Theft Path was a great killer move. All of Western Desert's Righteous Path forces were intimidated at once. Fan Yuan soon received the battle report. The content was very detailed. There was a video of the entire battle. This report was naturally given to him by Fang Clan. Fang Clan should have a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan was shocked at this discovery. Fan Yuan immediately thought of Great Thief Immortal Gu. He had asked for this Immortal Gu from Fang Clan. According to some rumors, Fang Clan had obtained this Great Thief Immortal Gu by accident. It was obtained from a lone immortal who had joined them. Maybe back then, Fang Clan not only obtained Great Thief Immortal Gu, but also clues to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The foundation of a superforce is really... Fan Yuan shook his head. Like how Wu Yong threw out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Fang Clan took out the Theft Path Immortal Gu house and the killer move Theft Path. They quickly changed the disadvantageous situation. No doubt, this is a strategic deterrence. Fang Clan's situation will change because of this. It seems that in the previous life, the Righteous Path forces compromised because of this. The killer move Theft Path could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could directly destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of Righteous Path forces were the resource points scattered all over the place. Different from destroying these resource points, the killer move Theft Path had an immediate effect. It was a decisive move. In this battle of Fang Clan, Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder Dong Lu Chen was unharmed, but Treasure Moon Oasis was no more. If they really forced Fang Clan into a corner, they would do the same thing. Which force in Western Desert's Righteous Path could resist such a sneak attack? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luqian could not do it. Fan Yuan praised Fang Dichang's choice inwardly. He chose a tough spot to attack, a place where Dong Luqian was present. This was enough to intimidate the other forces. But at the same time, he had a sense of propriety. Treasure Moon Oasis was only a mid-sized resource point. It could not even be considered a large one. It had a different meaning to Dong Luqian, because it was the place where his beloved wife was buried. Thus, at a certain time every year, Dong Luqian would come here to mourn his wife. Thus, Dong clan's losses were not huge, and Dong Luqian was not very angry. Because only down marks were lost, his beloved wife's grave was not damaged at all. They had a good sense of propriety here. And they made full use of this battle, not only to Western Desert's righteous path, but also to intimidate me. Gu Dichang, Fang Clan, Dichang, and Gu. In this letter, Fang Dichang specially mentioned Heavenly Dew. He said, the losses of Heavenly Dew should be very small, only about 10 drops. Gu Di Dragon, Di, Fang Clan, and Desert, God. Di, Fan of Path, and Clan, and Dragon, Di Fang, and Fan Yuan was told, he knew of Gu of God. This was Path, and that the Di Fang Gu. He Fang Clan. But Fang Clan did not hide it from him, they warned him after the battle. Don't go overboard, just take 10 drops, you have to hand over the remaining 20 drops. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Clan did not want to give up on this profit. Of course, they were trying to suppress Fang Yuan. You, an outsider, just joined Fang Clan and you want to take advantage of us? Restrain yourself. Look at this battle, our Fang Clan is still very strong. Think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons. This was the true meaning behind Fang Dichang's letter to Fang Yuan. The righteous path's communication was more subtle, unlike the demonic path's direct communication. But this shows how weak you are. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. In this battle, Fang Clan did not use other immortal Gu houses. It meant that in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, those immortal Gu houses were greatly damaged. The Theft Path immortal Gu house that Fang Clan used was clearly damaged. Even though the Theft Path killer move was rank 8, Fang Yuan could tell that this move had a huge burden on the immortal Gu house. It could not be used often. It was not even stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used frequently, Fang Clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Theft Path was Fang Clan's trump card. They did not want to use it, but they had no choice. It was very likely that Fang Clan's Thieving Heaven true inheritance was not complete, or they had not fully digested it. Because Fang Clan had the most Formation Path Gu immortals, they were also proficient in Formation Path. It was completely unrelated to Theft Path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Dichang. The letter said that the 20 drops of Heavenly Dew were found. He had been careless during the inspection earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time for me to take action. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period of time, he had already grasped Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a small formation within the formation. Not only could he create the illusion that he was guarding it, he could also conceal Fang Yuan's movements. Jade Flow Pearl was also successfully modified. It could be used much faster. The aura at the destination was also much weaker. It was not as ostentatious as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was covered in jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. It was filled with a type of insect called burning firefly. There were trillions of burning fireflies. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly Gu. They ranged from rank 3 to rank 5. Burning Firefly Gu was a Fire Path Gu. It was a high-level Gu. The lowest rank was rank 3. But until now, no rank 6 had appeared. This was Fang Clan's mid-sized resource point. Fang Clan set up an immortal formation here, using Burning Firefly Gu to create a Fire Path environment, and raise a large number of Fire Path Gu worms. There was only one rank 6 Fang Clan Gu immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan used Familiar Face to disguise himself before charging over. He killed this Fang Clan Gu immortal and threw the corpse away. He destroyed the formation and slaughtered all the goo worms. He destroyed the desert completely before leaving. What was worth mentioning was that he used Earth Path methods. In Langya Blessed Land storage, there were several Earth Path immortal goo, and Fan Yuan also had an abundance of Earth Path killer moves. After doing this, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fan Dichan had just received Fan Yuan's reply. He smiled before learning the bad news that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. At that instant, this Fan Clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was slightly stunned. His good mood from earlier was completely gone. Someone from Fan Clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was that Fan Clan's Goo Immortal died in battle. All along, Fan Clan had few Goo Immortals. Compared to other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were at a disadvantage. It was only after taking an old ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Swan Bujin that things started to improve. But these three were outsiders. They did not have the surname Fang. They were separated by a layer. Fan Clan's Goo Immortal died. Even if it was a rank 6, it was a huge loss to Fan Clan. Fan Gong placed great importance on this. He immediately came to discuss with Fan Dichang. After a few words, Fan Gong stayed behind to guard Fan Clan's headquarters while Fan Dichang personally went to the scene of the murder in Burning Prairie Desert. The culprit killed my clan's Goo Immortal. He even destroyed all the resources in the desert. This is clearly not murder, it is filled with the intent of revenge. Fan Dichang used Wisdom Path methods and quickly sensed the remnant cruel thoughts, anger, and hatred at the scene of the murder. Earth Path methods, is this Dong Clan's revenge? Fan Dichang immediately thought of this. Dong Clan specialized in Earth Path, but he quickly shook his head. If Dong Clan did it, it is too obvious. It is more likely that other Righteous Path forces are trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is quite bad. Fan Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He had made many deductions about the consequences of using the killer move Steal Life to intimidate Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. One of the possibilities was that Western Desert's Righteous Path forces wanted to sow discord, but did not dare to make things difficult for them openly. They hid behind the scenes and used schemes. Fan Yuan's actions were very clean. He left behind all the clues he wanted. There was another factor. Fan Clan lacked Information Path Goo Immortals. Fan Dichang cultivated Wisdom Path. He did not cultivate Information Path. If an Information Path Goo Immortal came, they might be able to find some clues related to Fan Yuan. But Fan Clan could not. Even if Fan Clan invited Information Path reinforcements, they could not be from Western Desert's Righteous Path. This eliminated most of the possibilities. To invite Lone Immortals and Demonic Path cultivators, they needed at least rank 7 cultivation level. But as a Righteous Path member, Fan Clan did not have a good relationship with these Lone Immortals and Demonic Immortals. Even if they had good relationships with Lone Immortals or secretly transacted with Demonic Immortals, these people might not be Information Path cultivators. Fan Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to his headquarters, his expression was dark. Western Desert's Righteous Path soon received the news. Immediately, a rank 8 expert contacted Dong Luchin. Dong Luchin was stunned when he heard this news. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Anger surged in his heart as he cursed. Which bastard wants to harm our Dong Clan? Fan Clan has the killer move Steal Life and did not target our Dong Clan's super resource point. They have a sense of propriety. But this bastard killed Fan Clan's Goo Immortals. He crossed their bottom line. Damn it! This person used an Earth Path method. I am an Earth Path Goo Immortal. My Dong Clan cultivates Earth Path. They are clearly trying to frame me. Truly sinister, truly vicious, but I cannot refute them. Dong Luchin's heart was filled with sullenness. He could not shout around and announce that he was not the culprit. Firstly, no one suspected him publicly. Even if they did, wouldn't he be showing weakness by announcing it like this? Earlier, Fan Clan destroyed one of Dong Clan's mid-sized resource points. If you claim innocence like this, doesn't that mean you are afraid of Fan Clan? This would not only damage Dong Luchin's reputation, it would also affect Dong Clan's prestige. Thus, even though Dong Luchun hated Fan Yuan to the core and wanted to announce his innocence, towards this rank 8 expert, he could only snort. Very satisfying. I am very angry. But who did this? I, Dong Luchun, will greatly reward this person, pull out his tendons and flay his skin. Hee hee. The rank 8 expert replied with deep meaning. Dong Luchun's mood became even worse. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think it's easy for me? Chapter 1794. These last few days, the atmosphere of Western Desert's righteous path had become very strange. Even though on the surface, there were still many rumors against Fan Clan. But in fact, the suppression against Fan Clan was already all bark and no bite. After all, the killer move Steel Life was still there. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not stop Fan Clan's strong counterattack. Our previous plan to attack Treasure Moon Oasis has already shown clear results. Fan Clan's Gu Immortals were very happy. Fan Dichang's expression was not good. It is a pity, if not for the burning Firefly Desert incident, it would have been perfect. We still cannot find out who the culprit is. Damn it! Even though Dong Clan was the biggest suspect, Fan Dichang and Fan Gong were very sensible. They did not want to make a move easily. Other than having no evidence and no justification, they were also afraid of falling into a trap. Fan Clan did not make a move, but Dong Clan's movements were not small. These last days, Dong Luchun had been mobilizing troops and strengthening the defenses against Fan Clan. Dong Luchun was not having a good time. He was very worried. He would not be surprised if news of Fan Clan attacking the next moment came. Quickly investigate, find the culprit and prove our Dong Clan's innocence. Secretly, Dong Luchun was looking forward to Fan Clan's investigation results the most. But on the surface, he was very unyielding, demanding compensation from Fan Clan for the matter of Treasure Moon Oasis. Not retaliating and only asking for compensation, this attitude was very clear. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also guessing which clan the culprit was. They placed most of their attention on each other. Because it was clear that if the provocation plan succeeded, the other Righteous Path forces would benefit the most. Among them, the biggest suspects were the super forces next to Dong Clan and Fan Clan. Naturally, the psychological pressure on these superpowers also increased, and they looked forward to the Fan family finding out who the real culprit was. Fan Clan was investigating the culprit. But in fact, Fan Clan did not put much effort into it, it was even a little perfunctory. Fan Clan's true danger was not the culprit of burning Firefly Desert, but the entire Western Desert Righteous Path's discrimination. Fan Clan's situation was very awkward. If I find out the culprit's identity and point to a Righteous Path force, should I take revenge or not? Not taking revenge would be unacceptable. This would be a huge blow to Fan Clan's reputation. They would not be able to answer to those rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals of Fan Clan. Gu Immortals were the higher-ups of super forces. If they died and the organization did not protect them or take revenge, what was the point of joining such an organization? Was it really worth it to work for this organization? What about revenge? Would he really have to fight a superpower to the death? Fan Clan had the killer move Steel Life. The other super forces naturally had similar trump cards. Most importantly, if the two behemoths were to fight to the death, the ones who would benefit would definitely not be each other, but the other behemoths. These days, Fan Dichang had already calmed down. He privately told Fan Gong his opinion. They should be careless in investigating the truth. The most important thing now was to stall for time to repair the 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Beam Palace. As long as they could recover from this, Fan Clan's strength would increase, and they would be able to find the culprit. If it was a super faction, Fan Clan would have the moral high ground to make things difficult for them. Not only would they have a good reason to do so, they would also be able to obtain greater benefits. Fan Gong listened to this analysis and agreed. He praised Fan Dichang, saying that he was experienced in scheming. Not long after, Fan Gong announced to the public, Fan Clan would actively investigate the truth. There was already a lot of progress in finding the culprit. Fan Clan would not let off a bad person. but they would also not accuse a good person. On the day of the announcement, Fan Clan's Gu Immortals brought a large number of soul cores to Fan Yuan. Among them was a rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fan Yuan extorted Fan Clan, he only obtained rank 6 or 7 soul cores. There was not a single immemorial soul core. Evidently, this is Fan Clan's way of expressing goodwill and calming me down. Fan Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fang Dichang's tactful warning made Fan Yuan spit out 20 drops of heavenly dew. If not for the incident of burning Firefly Desert, this matter would have passed. But after the incident of burning Firefly Desert, Fan Clan's deterrence was greatly reduced. Undercurrents were surging in Western Desert's righteous path forces. The situation was treacherous. When people were guessing which side was the culprit, their hearts were also restless. Thus, Fan Clan had to stabilize the powerful rank 7 battle strength of Fan Yuan. But returning the 20 drops of heavenly dew was clearly impossible. Fan Dichang would not slap his own face. Thus, he used an immemorial soul core to compensate and comfort him. And Fan Yuan took the risk to slaughter burning Firefly Desert to create such an outcome. Fan Yuan was not willing to see Fan Clan's stability. If Fan Clan was stable, they would have less need for him, the degree of borrowing him would be lower, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be delayed, and their strength would also be greatly reduced. Now, look at it, Fan Clan took the initiative to send an immemorial soul core to Fan Yuan. On the other hand, Fan Yuan needed these Western Desert righteous path forces to draw the attention of Fan Dichang and the rest. If Fan Clan was stable, Fan Dichang would pay more attention to Fan Yuan. He might notice something amiss at any time. Speaking of which, Fan Clan was really unlucky. In the previous life, without Fan Yuan's participation, Fan Clan survived the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's righteous path. They finally reached a compromise and reached a certain agreement. Now that they had taken in Fan Yuan, with such a traitor with ulterior motives, the situation would not be stable in the future. In the following days, Fan Yuan guarded Heavenly Dew Oasis and cultivated wholeheartedly. In Green Ghost Desert, Ing Wuxia relied on Immortal Gu-like Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fan Clan, they were still transferring the soul cores in their storage to Fan Yuan to fulfill their transaction. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the land spirits and variant humans were developing vigorously. Under the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan's time path clone deduced continuously. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fan Yuan's head, a wisp of green smoke rose. The green smoke formed into a thin tree with sparse branches and 2 or 3 small fruits. It seemed to be malnourished. If the celestial quartz Gu immortals saw this, they would be shocked and furious. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. Who could have thought it would end up in the hands of this demon, Fan Yuan? After Fan Yuan killed Chen Yi, the Gu worms in the Phantom Aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. Through soul searching, Fan Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fan Yuan had recently used the Light of Wisdom to barely modify the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree killer move with rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core, and the other rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu as supplementary. Because he lacked the core Rule Path Immortal Gu cause and the core Wood Path Immortal Gu effect, Fan Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. This way, the steps became complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree Killer move needed a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. It is a pity that my Wood Path attainment level is ordinary. I am not even at master level. And even though Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu is a Wood Path Gu, it is not suitable to be the core Gu of Karma Divine Tree. According to Earth's biological theory, bamboo is only a tree root, it is not a wood root. Thus, when the core rank 7 Immortal Killer move was activated, its power would fall to rank 6. Fan Yuan thought about how Chen Yi used Karma Divine Tree. It was truly a divine sight. As long as Karma Divine Tree Killer move was used, it would be invincible. Even though it was focused on defense, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection's seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But it was more all-round and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, and healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed from the foundation of Karma Divine Tree. However, its target was not the Gu Immortal themselves, but other targets, including enemy Gu Immortals, plants, beasts, and killer moves. After all, it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was of an extremely high level. Fan Yuan had a long way to go to recreate the essence of this killer move. Karma Divine Tree was still in its infancy, but Fan Yuan had a Wood Path Immortal killer move that was very useful. This move was called Prepared Plan. It was a rank 7 Wood Path killer move. It used mature bamboo Immortal Gu as the core, but it had Wisdom Path effects. Once this killer move was activated, it would shoot out a lump of jade green light from Fan Yuan's chest. Fan Yuan continued to expend immortal essence to deduce a certain matter. Once the deduction succeeds and he succeeds, a dark green tattoo of a bamboo forest would form on Fan Yuan's chest. Fan Yuan had already seen through the pros and cons of Prepared Plan. What this move was best at was considering a matter thoroughly and planning it from the beginning to the end. This was its advantage. The sign of a successful deduction was the tattoo of a bamboo forest on his chest. But if the plan was not completed and the killer move was stopped due to lack of immortal essence or external interference, the activation of Prepared Plan would fail. This was its weakness. Because if the killer move's activation failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer backlash. Fan Yuan had also purposely tested it. The jade light that shot out of his chest, as well as the half-drawn bamboo forest tattoo, suddenly vanished. Fan Yuan's soul and body suffered heavy injuries at that moment. His mind was fine. After all, this was not a pure Wisdom Path killer move, it was a Wood Path killer move. Thus, when using Prepared Plan to deduce a target, the target could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move's activation would fail and the Gu Immortal would be the one affected. Other than the killer move Prepared Plan, Fan Yuan had another killer move that was similar to it. That was Luck Path Killer Move, Strategy in the Tent. This killer move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Luck Planning as the core. It was a Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effects. Luck Planning Immortal Gu's ability was to deduce how the Gu Immortal's resources could be used effectively. Strategy in the Tent was a killer move that specialized in battle planning. Gu Immortals usually cultivated one path, they rarely cultivated two paths. Thus, there were many killer moves that could imitate the effects of other paths. But these killer moves were all half-baked. Even though they had great power, they had their own focus and weaknesses, they had obvious flaws. Chapter 1795. Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path methods were very abundant. He did not need to have a plan or plan to make up for it. He practiced these killer moves to increase his opponent's understanding of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Fan Yuan's main body had been researching Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fan Yuan had completely grasped Long Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path True Inheritance, so it was very easy for him to understand it. After all, he was at Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Master. Regarding Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Fan Yuan created the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. It was a breakthrough. But because of the lack of Wood Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path attainment level, Fan Yuan did not put too much effort into this. He placed his emphasis on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was one of Giant Sun's 3 true inheritances, the Self-Luck True Inheritance, which allowed Fan Yuan to control his own luck. The latter was a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, the core of which was rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu. It described how to unseal Steel Life Immortal Gu. Of course, both of them talked about the basic cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two Venerables' personal understanding of the two paths they created, which benefited Fan Yuan a lot. What is luck? In the opening chapter of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal asked this question. Then, he answered his own question. If you want to talk about luck, you must first talk about fate. Before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no luck Dao. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, there were some subtle changes in the world. When people first discovered the Tao of luck, they discovered a certain component in the human aura, luck. This was because the heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced in order to ascend to the Tao. The more human chi a Gu master accumulates, the better the quality of the immortal aperture they obtain after their immortal ascension. Because of the importance of popularity, people studied luck. Soon, they discovered some characteristics of luck. Ever since Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the trajectories of all living beings were no longer fixed and unchanging, they could be changed to a limited extent. People discovered that the so-called luck and this deviation from fate had a very mysterious and direct connection. But what exactly was the connection? The giant sun immortal directly expressed his point of view. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. For an ordinary person, what was good luck? Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Then what is bad luck? Bad luck was a variable that was harmful to oneself. If a person's luck belonged to good fortune, then that person was likely to benefit from it. If a person's luck was considered to be bad, then that person was likely to be at a disadvantage. However, whether it was good luck or bad luck, it was not fate. Life was fixed, it was something that had to be experienced. Luck, on the other hand, was a variable. It was just a possibility, and the real outcome still needed to be determined based on the actual situation. If a person had bad luck but used his own strength and intelligence to resist and reverse it, he could still achieve some kind of goal or achievement. If a person had good luck, but was stupid or weak, unable to grasp it, he would still fail. Soon after, in Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance, he saw the various scales, colors, and forms of luck. Some people have a lot of luck, some people have very little luck. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation and the deeper one's foundation was, the more luck one would have. The main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, green, and purple. However, there were also uncommon colors like pink and blood. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms, there were simply all sorts of strange things. The shapes of ordinary people were usually simple and ordinary. The luck of geniuses or overlords were usually different from ordinary people and had all sorts of shapes and forms. For example, Fan Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was as black as ink and formed the shape of a huge coffin, covering his entire body and emitting dense fiendish death intent. Or when he observed Jingshan Chuan in the Refinement Path Convention, this person's luck was like a rainbow, it was dazzling and extraordinary. As for Hong Yi Fan and Han Li, they all had their own wondrous shapes and forms. The self-luck true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal dealt with one's own luck. It was a comprehensive collection of methods to change its scale, color, and form. For example, if one wanted to change one's fate with the opposite sex, they would form love luck. If one wanted to obtain cultivation resources like Yuan Stone, they would form wealth luck. If one had bad luck, they would use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance was extremely rich in content, while Thieving Heaven's Steel Life true inheritance was concise and comprehensive. Theft path is not about reaping without sowing, it is the path that focuses on efficiency the most. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals want to obtain Gu Worms and Immortal Gu, be it through Gu refinement, transactions, or battle spoils. The cost is too high and the risk is too high. Theft path targets Gu Worms. By stealing them, it saves costs, reduces risks, and increases efficiency. But what was the essence of Gu Worms? Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing Gu Worms was equivalent to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Thus, the killer move Theft Path was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal Gu. The manifestation of lifespan was some Dao marks in a person's body. Steal Life Immortal Gu could steal the corresponding Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think Theft Path is shameless or despicable. Many things can be looked at from a different perspective. Those who steal will be executed, those who steal the country will be vassals. Any clan or sect will make their members contribute to the organization. This is blatant theft, but it is seen as a matter of course. For example, Celestial Court, the members who join have to contribute their immortal aperture. It is equivalent to contributing their lifetime's cultivation results. From the perspective of Theft Path, this is Celestial Court stealing the cultivation results of Gu immortals. But people often think this is glory, they go after it like ducks. Weak mortals can also steal the cultivation results of Gu immortals. This is the true inheritances left behind by Gu immortals. But this world is used to it, this is culture. The so-called theft is the most efficient way to harvest. Creating systems, accumulating glory, or using emotions and culture, these are all Theft Path methods. The most powerful method of Theft Path is tolerance. When grotto heavens and blessed lands are destroyed, the winds of assimilation blow, but everything does not vanish into thin air. Instead, the down marks of the immortal aperture are absorbed and digested by this world. The most powerful thief is this world. It steals the cultivation results of generations of heroes, accumulating more Tao marks or creating brand new Tao marks. It steals us from other worlds. It is an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of all living beings, causing all living beings to die. The theft path that I created is a path that imitates heaven and earth. It uses the most efficient method to gain benefits, to strengthen oneself. After Fan Yuan saw this, he felt his mind expand. The narrow impression of Theft Path in his eyes was swept away. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He took a different path that was extremely obscure. He used Theft Path's way of thinking to understand the entire world. His way of thinking was very grand. It had the unique characteristics of an otherworldly demon. When Gu masters cultivate, nurture, use, and refine Gu worms, manage their immortal aperture, as well as all sorts of attainment levels, it was nothing more than understanding themselves and understanding heaven and earth. Every path was a different angle of understanding heaven and earth, of understanding oneself. Steel Life Immortal Gu was the first immortal Gu I created in my life. I did not refine it. After using it many times, I gradually gained some insights. Eventually, I set up a method on Steel Life Immortal Gu. By using Steel Life Immortal Gu, I can steal the lifespan of other living beings. Together with my killer move, I can increase my own lifespan. Of course, there are still flaws. It is not as perfect as Lifespan Gu. By using Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse, I am giving my lifespan to someone else. This seems stupid, but it has its own profundity. It can also be considered the true essence of this true inheritance. If someone in the future is fated to reach this step, they will be able to remove the method I set up on Steel Life Immortal Gu. At the same time, they will be able to obtain the information of the other true inheritance. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's final words. Fan Yuan looked at it for a long time. He was speechless. Even though his theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he still could not understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's intentions. Using Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse? Fan Yuan shook his head. He did not have the confidence to comprehend this profundity. According to his deductions, one needed at least quasi-supreme theft path attainment level to reach this level. Before that, if he used Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse, he would only be reducing his lifespan. Moreover, I need to use Steel Life Immortal Gu to deal with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Forget about the others, but Duke Long is especially targeted by Steel Life Immortal Gu. Even if Fan Yuan used up his 2 chances and destroyed Steel Life Immortal Gu, there was a rank 8 Immortal Gu recipe for Steel Life Immortal Gu and Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Even if I destroy Steel Life Immortal Gu, I can just refine a new one in the future. But, according to Fan Yuan's deductions, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements on Steel Life Immortal Gu were truly very valuable. If he could follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's guidance and comprehend the true essence of this true inheritance, Fan Yuan's gains would be far greater than what he had now. While Fan Yuan was cultivating in seclusion, the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path finally came to an agreement after a lot of wrangling and discussion. We need to get rid of Fan Yuan. He is too lawless. Last time, he disguised as Wei Hai. This time, he directly showed up and violated the benefits of our righteous path. The Earth Trench contest is our internal conflict. And Fan Yuan is our external conflict. We need to unite against Fan Yuan. But we need to be cautious. Even though Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too crafty and has deep foundations. We cannot use common sense to judge him. That's right. Especially when he resisted the attack of Celestial Court. Now that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the allegiance of a large number of variant human Gu immortals. Adding on the fact that he absorbed the remnants of Shadow Sect, let me remind everyone, Fan Yuan is not alone, he is a super force. One rank 8 Gu immortal leading the group might not be enough. To be safe, let's go with 2. Oh, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xia Cha should be the leader, while the other lord will conceal his identity and mix in with the group, making a move at the crucial moment. A good arrangement. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and repelled the attack of Celestial Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt an even greater threat. Not only did they send Xia Cha, they even sent a second rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 1796. When the latest information reached Chi Chuyu, he was standing in front of the window, looking at the green mountain far away. Oh? He blocked Fan Yuan so quickly? It seems that he will not be able to escape this time. Chi Chuyu's gaze flickered. This Fan Yuan is actually undergoing tribulation in Southern Border. He left behind clues. Sigh, even if he wants to advance to rank 8, he should not be so rash. That's true, he repelled the Celestial Court's attack and secretly made a transaction with me. It went too smoothly, it was inevitable that he became arrogant and looked down on our Southern Border righteous path. Chi Chuyu felt that the reason why Fan Yuan was so carefree was because he was too crafty and sinister. He had always been using guerrilla tactics and did not truly fight against super forces. If he felt that the situation was bad, he would escape. This time, the Southern Border Righteous Path's conspiracy was extremely secretive. Southern Border's clans looked calm on the surface. They would not arouse suspicion. They even had Wisdom Path Gu immortals to guard against deductions. There is also Lu Wei-yin. If not for this person joining us at the last minute, our Southern Border Righteous Path might not have caught up to Fan Yuan so quickly. This person is worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He could actually find Fan Yuan's location from the earth she caused by the calamities and tribulations. He is truly amazing. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. Lu Wei-yin's interference caused the current situation of Southern Border's righteous path to become even more complicated. This time, Southern Border's righteous path was pursuing Fan Yuan, including Lu Wei-yin. There were 3 rank 8s. The chances of success were very high. If they succeeded, Lu Wei-yin's reputation would rise rapidly. He would definitely be someone who needed to be taken seriously. Actually, Lu Wei-yin had interacted with Southern Border's Righteous Path forces a long time ago. His Southern Border Paradise Earth was the gathering place of Southern Border's variant humans. It absorbed many variant humans who were destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived very well in Paradise Earth. According to reliable information, many variant humans had already become Gu immortals. This caused Southern Border's humans to feel disgusted and worried. But Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor after all. He had the ambition of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Southern Border's righteous path could not easily attack Lu Wei-yin. For a long time, Lu Wei-yin had been excluded from Southern Border's righteous path. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. But recently, Lu Wei-yin had been moving out frequently, and this time, he even joined in a high-profile manner, taking the initiative to pursue Fan Yuan. If he succeeded, his contributions could not be erased, and he would have a certain amount of authority in the Southern Border righteous faction. Chi Chuyu did not think well of Fan Yuan at all. Even though Fan Yuan had stopped the Celestial Court from invading Langya Blessed Land, most people thought that it was because the Celestial Court had underestimated the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. Most importantly, the Celestial Court had never revealed the death of Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chin Yi. This made Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence wasn't groundless. After all, they had once chased after Fan Yuan and chased Fan Yuan out of Southern Border like a dog. If not for Feng Jioga's interference, Fan Yuan would have been beaten to a pulp already. Qi Chuyu was more wary of Lu Wei-yin. He had already started to think about how to face this current inheritor of Paradise Earth who had even more authority. As for Fan Yuan, Qi Chuyu felt some regret. Regardless of whether he lived or died, as long as he landed in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, the transaction between Fan Yuan and Qi Chuyu would be over. This would harm Qi Clan's benefits. Thus, Qi Chuyu felt regret. Even though Fan Yuan had once attacked Qi Clan's resource points and harmed Qi Clan's benefits, Qi Chuyu did not hate him at all. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained from the transaction were enough to make up for these losses. Qi Chuyu was not afraid of Fan Yuan biting him after being captured alive. Like what he had analyzed earlier, even if Fan Yuan took out irrefutable evidence, it was only a transaction between Qi Chuyu and Fan Yuan. With Qi Clan's size and foundation, they would suffer some losses, but it would not shake Qi Clan's foundation. But if Qi Chuyu informed Fan Yuan about the pursuit of Southern Border's righteous path, the nature of the transaction would be different. This was colluding with the enemy. If it was exposed, even if Qi Chuyu had rank 8 cultivation level, Qi Clan would be attacked by Southern Border's righteous path. They might even be exterminated. Qi Chuyu was the leader of Fangjing Path. He had a clear understanding of this. He would not make this mistake. If he informed Fan Yuan, regardless of whether Fan Yuan became a prisoner or not, Qi Chuyu would be sending the evidence of colluding with the enemy to the demon Fan Yuan. Furthermore, he and Fan Yuan had a relationship of using and guarding against each other. They were not so close that he would take such a risk for Fan Yuan. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself and Qi Clan to betray the enemy. Qi Chuyu was only slightly worried and regretful. If Fan Yuan is captured, I hope he does not reveal his Dream Path research results so that my Qi Clan can have sufficient time to develop. Actually, speaking of which, Fan Yuan is also an outstanding person. It is quite a pity that he ended up like this. If he can rise up again, the 5 regions will be even more interesting in the future. As a person of high status, they had to have extraordinary breadth of mind. Qi Chuyu truly felt some regret towards Fan Yuan's tragic ending. At the same time, in another area of Southern Border, Fan Yuan was surrounded by Southern Border Gu immortals. Their morale was high, and they were very aggressive. The old woman in the lead was the rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Fan Yuan and smiled coldly. Fan Yuan, you scoundrel, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fan Yuan looked at her, thinking, it's still the same old lines. According to my previous life's memories, you should be the one laughing now. Fan Yuan looked towards Xia Cha's side. As expected, at the next moment, Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Hujiang, who was standing beside Xia Cha, laughed loudly. Lord Lu Wei-yin is truly extraordinary. He managed to find this demon this time. Fan Yuan, the same lines, just that his smile is more exaggerated than before. He is flattering Lu Wei-yin in public because Shang Clan is interested in the unique products of Paradise Earth's variant humans? Kill this demon. Take revenge for Southern Border's righteous path. Tai Chuzhong shouted with surging killing intent. Fan Yuan, I finally met someone who changed his lines, but they are still the same. I finally caught Fan Yuan. Lu Hao thought. He was a spy in Celestial Court. He had fixed space immortal Gu and was ready to attack. Once Fan Yuan showed any signs of activating fixed immortal travel, he would activate the immortal killer move that used fixed space immortal Gu as the core. Lu Hao was much more nervous than in the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only needed to activate fixed space immortal Gu. But in this life, because Fan Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space immortal Gu to restrain Fan Yuan. He had to use an immortal killer move. Celestial Court naturally did not lack such killer moves. Even if they lacked them, Fairy Myrtle could deduce and modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this immortal killer move. If he used it in battle, he might fail. If he failed to live up to Celestial Court's expectations, it would be very embarrassing. Don't be nervous, I am here. Right at this time, a rank 7 Gu Immortal transmitted. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me! Immediately, that rank 7 Gu Immortal transmitted coldly. Lu Hao rolled his eyes internally, because this person was the southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal Ba Shi Ba who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person here, we have 3 rank 8s on our side. This time, we are not attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan does not have the help of a formation. Once the battle starts, I should have many chances to activate my killer move. Lu Hao analyzed, his worry was greatly alleviated. However, at the next moment, boom! The formation activated, enveloping the southern border Gu Immortals and Fan Yuan. Holy shit! Lu Hao's eyes almost popped out, he almost screamed. Why is there another formation? Inside the formation, the world was perfectly round, forming a blue sky. The southern border Immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap! Someone screamed. Lu Weiyin was silent. Xia Cha's gaze turned even colder as she stared at Fan Yuan. Calm down! We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fan Yuan amount to? That's right. We have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Weiyin. We are not afraid of any immortal battlefield. Lu Hao was stunned. That's right. How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It can be activated so quickly. It is most likely an immortal battlefield killer move. But Fan Yuan is a little stupid. After using an immortal battlefield, he cannot escape. The southern border immortals were all elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke slowly. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xia Cha added. Lu Hao's lips twitched. After all this talk, it is still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fan Yuan smiled as he admitted, waving his sleeves. The door was closed. It was time to release the dogs. No, release the year beasts. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gwa gwa. Crack crack crack. A huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless year beasts poured in like a surging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had already vanished on the spot. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu Immortals, baring their fangs as they charged forward. Kill them! Xia Cha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border Immortals opened fire, fighting against these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. Fan Yuan was at the formation core, quietly observing. You, the spy from the Celestial Court, are here indeed. I did not waste my attention on the ink effect. Fixed Space Gu should be with you, right? Chapter 1797. Kill! Ba Clan's Gu Immortal roared. His body expanded like a giant. He pulled forcefully as blood splattered. An ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Fan Yuan remembered this person. In his previous life, this person's fire path immortal aperture was well managed. He had several active volcanoes. He could be praised. Tai Chuzhong was silent. His palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts into halves easily like cutting tofu. Fan Yuan thought of the edge gu in Tai Chuzhong's hands. This was one of the core gu of time cutting edge. It was obtained from Great Thief Ghost Hand in the previous life. This was based on luck. It was not reliable. He needed to be more careful in this life. Demon Fan Yuan, I have to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ahahaha. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly as he activated his Woodpath killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was calm. It did not matter how much Shang Huzhang took, because soon, even Shang Huzhang would belong to Fan Yuan. Roar, 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 one after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. Southern Border's Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fan Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. Southern Border's Gu immortals transmitted. They could see the crucial point of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha. Roar! At this time, the whirlpool expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. Fan Yuan was surprised. Oh, an immemorial year tiger! This aura is much stronger than the first immemorial year chicken I summoned in my previous life. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritances method to increase my luck? The Southern Border immortals' expressions changed. It's a primordial desolate beast. As expected, this formation can summon immemorial year beasts. What is this formation? Such ferociousness! Hurry up and break the formation! Lu Wei-yin was about to deal with this immemorial year tiger when Tai Chuzhong stood up. Let us do it. It is wiser for the two lords to focus on breaking this formation. Perhaps you should let me do it? Ba Shi sent a voice transmission. No, this is not the critical moment. Brother Ba, please be patient. Xia Cha transmitted. Ba Shi thought that was true. It was just an immemorial year tiger. They had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. They continued to disguise themselves. Tai Chuzhong and several Southern Border rank 7s joined hands, facing the immemorial year chicken. They were all top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they had a powerful aura, but after fighting, they soon showed signs of being defeated. In his previous life, they were evenly matched against the first immemorial year chicken that Fan Yuan summoned. But in this life, the immemorial year tiger that Fan Yuan summoned was much stronger. Tai Chuzhong's expression was ashen. He was shocked. This is the strength of a rank 8. It is truly powerful. I actually wanted to challenge such an existence. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xiao Cha's eyes shined with bright light. She pointed with her finger as a rank 8 killer move was activated. Profound white light burst out. With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely for 3 times before stabilizing. The Southern Border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xia Cha destroyed it without letting them down. Next, at the location where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door appeared. Large numbers of year beasts entered. The joy on the Southern Border immortals' faces disappeared. Roar! With a dragon roar, winds and clouds changed. The immemorial year dragon jumped in, joining the battle. The immortals' expressions changed again. This was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn. Ba Shi wanted to attack. Don't be anxious, Ba Shi, let me do it. Lu Wei-yin transmitted his voice. He attacked for the first time, grabbing with one hand as a yellow-brown hand formed and grabbed the immemorial year dragon. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not get away. Lu Wei-yin was indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He moved with ease. In the previous life, he captured an immemorial year tiger with one move. In this life, he also captured an immemorial year dragon with one move. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was enough to subdue dragons and tigers. It was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. The morale of the Southern Border immortals rose. The Shadow Sect and variant human Gu immortals guarding the formation cores had grim expressions. The divine might of a rank 8 was truly terrifying. Fan Yuan thought of the final battle in the previous life. Lu Wei-yin's true battle strength was extremely high. Because of him alone, Fan Yuan's side was greatly obstructed. Right now, Lu Wei-yin's battle strength was not even half of his true strength, but even so, many rank 8s were shocked. Hiss hiss hiss. An archaic year snake dragged its long and thick body out of the whirlpool door and entered the battlefield, while spitting out its crimson tongue. The third immemorial year beast. Cluck 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 cluck. An immemorial year chicken with an arrogant expression also came in with its hands on its waist. The fourth immemorial year beast. 2 immemorial year beasts joined the battle. The southern border immortals turned pale. This immemorial year snake was not easy to deal with. It was huge and had a stronger aura than the previous 2. And the fourth immemorial year chicken had the aura of a wild immortal goo on it. It was even more dangerous. After the 2 immemorial year beasts came out, a vast number of year beasts surged into the spiral like a tidal wave. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The goo immortals used their intelligence to activate killer moves and coordinate with each other. In contrast, the year beasts were rash and had no intelligence, but there was a huge number of them. Fan Yuan's group was guarding the formation cores, quietly watching the battle between the 2 sides. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of winning. Actually, as long as we destroy it to a certain extent, we can send out information about this place. A large number of righteous path immortals will come to reinforce us. This time path formation is really profound. Xia Cha frowned deeply. After she destroyed one formation core, she could not find a second one in a short period of time. The formation is one, there are no flaws at all. I have too little attainment in formation path. Maybe I should use my full strength and make the formation unable to take it, creating a flaw. Killing intent surged in Xia Cha's eyes. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xia Cha was thinking. He quickly urged, "Lady Xia Cha, don't fall for the demon's scheme. Fan Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal goo house was destroyed, many immortal goo were left in their hands. If you use your full strength, you might fall into Fan Yuan's trap and be used by Fan Yuan." Xia Cha hesitated. At this moment, the immemorial year chicken approached her. "Vile beast." Xia Cha laughed from extreme anger. A large number of goo worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. A pair of scissors flew out. It was jade green and as large as an elephant, circling around the immemorial year chicken. The immemorial year chicken could not resist it. It was heavily injured by the scissors and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xia Cha displayed shocking battle strength. She did not lose to the members of the Celestial Court. Seeing that the immemorial year chicken was about to die at her hands, suddenly, Fan Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. "Submit to me," Yifu Tian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fan Yuan attacked this weakened immemorial year chicken. Like in his previous life, he successfully subdued this beast. Ever since rebirth, Fan Yuan had been gathering immemorial year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different immemorial year beasts. Even though there would be a lot of immemorial year chickens in the River of Time next year, this immemorial year chicken had outstanding strength. Fan Yuan did not want to give it up. Fan Yuan used the strength of the southern border immortals to weaken the immemorial year beast and enslave it. Xia Cha's expression was grim, but she smiled. "You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts?" Fan Yuan teleported the immemorial year chicken away. Xia Cha learned more about the formation's profundities. Not long after, Xia Cha found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border goo immortals cheered, but at the next moment, the destroyed formation core turned into a spiral door again. On the battlefield, there was another channel for your beasts to enter. How can this be? The southern border immortals were dumbfounded. "If there is no other way, I will show myself and attack." Ba Shirba transmitted. Xia Cha and Lu Weiyin urged him. "Don't be anxious, we have already come this far, we can endure it. We need to investigate this formation. You will attack at the crucial moment, make Fan Yuan miscalculate and expose a flaw." Ba Shirba was silent for a moment before replying unwillingly. "All right." The battle continued. Many southern border immortals were already injured. They were about to vomit from killing these year beasts. The killer moves that they prepared to deal with Fan Yuan and the cooperation between the goo immortals were used on these stupid year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. But the year beasts were still coming. They could not kill them all. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha had been resisting the immemorial year beasts. Even though it was difficult and the pressure was like a mountain, they persevered. Using them, Fan Yuan successfully enslaved several more immemorial year beasts. But this number was slightly lower than in the previous life. The immemorial year beasts that Fan Yuan enslaved were stronger than in the previous life. He chose the elites among them. He would rather have none than substandard ones. The main reason was that his soul cultivation level was far lower than in the previous life. The expenditure was huge, he could not enslave more. Southern Border side also made a lot of progress. Xia Cha destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 still turned into spiral doors, the year beasts that charged and posed a greater threat to the Southern Border immortals. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. In the previous life, my year flow execution formation only had an upper limit of 3 spiral doors, but this time, after my modifications, it has increased to 5. It is about time. In the previous life, we fought for 2 days and 1 night. This time, there are even more year beasts. Even though only 1 day and 1 night has passed, the Southern Border immortals have been expended even more. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.